Yeah.
Motion by Mr. Keller to discuss, seconded by Mrs. Blondie.
That's how you get to it.
Mr. Keller, do you want to speak to your motion?
I think I shared a lot of my information like in the email, but essentially there was a lot of public outcry, I think, on officer elections, and so with this policy, I'd like to have some discussion around that.
Any more discussion? Hearing no more discussion. To vote to add item 012 officer, is there adjustments to the policy? Mr. Gogolewski, motion to add this to the agenda.
Yes.
Mrs. Shaw,
No.
Mrs. Coleman,
Yeah.
Mrs. Claylock,
Yes.
Mr. Keller,
Yes.
Mrs. Blondie.
Yes.
I myself am a no. That motion carries 5-2 to add item 2H officer with adjustments. It's a discussion.
Yeah.
Oh. Sorry, 3C. If I do their form. Any other discussion?
I'd like to just add to this discussion. I know you said that I can see it in my board report, but I'd like to just add the rainbow stickers. We have a discussion about, all of the reaching out that's been happening. So I think as a board, we should discuss it.
Are you making a motion to discuss rainbow stickers?
Correct.
Mrs. Blondie makes a motion to add rainbow stickers to the discussion. Do I hear a second? Motion by Mrs. Blondie, seconded by Mr. Keller. Discussion to add item 3D rainbow stickers.
I personally don't feel that this is a board level discussion that we need to have. I don't know that there's a board level decision that would come out of it, so I wouldn't be in favor of adding it.
More discussion. Hearing no more discussion, voting to add item 3D rainbow stickers. Mr. Gogolewski,
Yes.
Mrs. Shaw,
No.
Mrs. Coleman,
No.
Mrs. Claylock,
I'm a yes to add it. I think that that there's more work to be done. And I'm sorry to bring it up in the discussion item, but perhaps we can bring it up when it comes to 3D.
okay. Mr. Keller,
Yes.
Mrs. Blondie.
Yes.
I'm a no. That motion carries 4-3 to add item 3D rainbow stickers for discussion. Any more?
Yes, Mr. Costa, I would like to make a motion to add a discussion item on policy 8805, flags and displays. And I have a copy of a proposed change that I'd like to pass out to the board.
Motion by Mr. Keller to add item 3E policy 8805 regarding flags. Motion by Mr.
Second.
Gogolewski, seconded by Mr. Keller. Discussion.
I just want to make the comment, I like that better than making the rainbows themselves a discussion. So if I may retract, when do I retract my motion to add? Is that possible?
That's a great question, Mrs. Blondie. I'm going to be referred to Robert.
Just because I think that that's a greater discussion to have and it's got more meat to it, which is what I think.
I guess my question to Mr. Gogolewski would be, does Mrs. Keller's, does Mrs. Blondie's motion, rainbow stickers fall underneath the scope of what you're wanting to discuss? Because I've not heard about what you wanted to discuss.
Yeah, it is related. It's regarding non-instructional media in classrooms in the schools.
So. I don't want to be the one to debate whether or not you two are referring to the same topic. So I guess,
Mine is probably more broad in scope.
I agree.
I'm willing to have a discussion about it, but this board has not seen it or had a chance to even read it before now, so. I like to be prepared before I sit down here with knowing what we're gonna discuss, and I have not had a chance to do that.
Well, that's the point of discussion.
So we've already added the one, why don't we just add the second, and I guess if they go in amongst each other, then they go in amongst each other.
adding discussion of policy 8805 flags. Here, no more discussion. Mr. Gobleski,
Yes.
Mrs. Shaw,
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman,
Yeah.
Mrs. Claybaugh,
Yes,
Mr. Keller,
Yes.
Mrs. Blondell.
Yes.
I myself am a yes. That motion carries. Any other discussion or items to be added? Hearing none. Voting on item 2B, approval of agenda. Mr. Gobleski,
Yes.
Mrs. Shaw,
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman,
Yes.
Mrs. Claybaugh,
Yes.
Mr. Keller,
Yes.
Mrs. Blondell.
Yes.
I myself a yes. Item 1C, approval of the minutes from April 10th, 2023.
I move that the minutes from the April 10th, 2023 regular meeting be approved.
Motion by Mrs. Coleman, support by Mrs. Shaw. Any discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Gobleski,
Yes.
Mrs. Shaw,
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman,
Yes.
Mrs. Claybaugh,
yeah,
Mr. Keller,
Yes.
Mrs. Blondell.
Yes.
I myself, a yes, motion carries. Item 1D, superintendent's report.
Thank you for everybody being here tonight. Got a few things to cover today. The first thing is I want to recognize Mr. Lawrence Pomford. Lawrence, if you come up to the podium so everybody can see you. And we gotta take a picture before you sit down because I have your special gift. All right, first of all, the community probably knows that Mr. Pomford has been in the district for quite some time. Lawrence and I came into the district back in 2000 together. He as a high school teacher, me as a high school principal, and worked well with each other. And over that time, built a relationship that I would call Lawrence a friend, indeed. Certainly lots of great conversations. And the thing that I've always loved about Lawrence is that he really engages in educational conversation. And that's, what my passion is. And we can have lots of deep thinking, thought processing conversations. And it's just always been really refreshing to know that Lawrence is with us. Back when I was at the high school and we had an opportunity to hire a dean of students, Lawrence applied and we hired Lawrence. I believe, Lawrence, you were our first dean of students. You were our first, right? Yeah, and we got Lawrence on board at the high school. Then through some things that happened, Lawrence was tagged to go to farms as a assistant principal. And then we tagged Lawrence to go to Creekside as the principal. Well loved and certainly did an awesome job and built Creekside to what it is today as Ms. Way continues that legacy that he left behind at Creekside. We then challenged Lawrence to go to the middle school when Mr. Livingway retired. And Lawrence was like, okay, let me take a crack at it. And he has become a very beloved principal at the middle school. And now Lawrence is going to spend some time with his family, his new grandchild, who you had a hard time leaving at spring break, and finally said, okay, this is it, this is time. So Lawrence, without a doubt, a very stellar administrator in this school district, a stellar teacher. I remember lots of conversations about kids and how you always put children first, and you made the best decisions you could for them. And you taught our integrated science. Like integrated science was a science class for those students that needed a science class, right? They just simply needed to complete a science class and they weren't interested in other science classes. And Lawrence did a great job with that. So Lawrence, we are going to certainly fill your void here in the district. Mr. Howerton's going to go over to the middle school and you're going to help Mr. Howerton. I know you guys are spending some time. You guys are kind of doing that transition. But I just want Lawrence and want the community to know and the board to know that Lawrence is the epitome of a school district administrator and always putting our children first in his thinking process. So Lawrence, I appreciate you and I'm sure everybody else does. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ready? One more. There you go. Thank you. I got around the district today. I was distributing retirement clocks to all of our retirees, and unfortunately, I heard of a couple more today. So I'll be out to visit those individuals as well as we move forward. Next, I would like to recognize, I know we've shared, but I would like to bring up our Teacher of the Year, Ms. Michelle Young, and Mr. Howerton, if you would come up with her and introduce Michelle to the community.
Good evening, everybody. My pleasure and honor to introduce our 2022-23 Teacher of the Year in Heartland, Mrs. Michelle Young. It's her 32nd year here in Heartland, 31 at Lakes, teaching second grade. She's simply a phenomenal teacher, and I don't want to take too much time. I know this is the last thing she likes is being in front of the public, so I'll be really quick, Michelle. But amazing with the kids. You know, we talk about teachers meeting kids where they're at. Academically, behaviorally, she does that. She moves her kids every year consistently. They grow in all ways. And they love her. She's kind and also being a great teacher, Teacher of the Year. She's a teacher leader. She might not look at herself that way. She should, because she certainly is in our building and beyond. You know, always working with others. She's mentoring others. We have some fabulous teachers that she's mentored in this district for years with curriculum or IC team at Lake. She's a big part of that, and someone you can always talk to and pick her brain because she knows what she's doing. And I think the biggest thing that makes her a leader and a great teacher is she's just always trying to get better. I mean, we all are. And that's the key, trying to get a little better every day. And that's Michelle. And it's an honor to again introduce Michelle Young, our Teacher of the Year. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm honored and proud to be part of such a wonderful, wonderful school district. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. And you're writing that speech for opening day breakfast, right? Don't worry, Gail is too, but Gail told me she's like well ahead of you. So next, I would like Mr. Rack to escort our support person of the year, Ms. Gail Roberts, up and introduce Gail to the community and the board.
Good evening. It is my pleasure to introduce the 2023 Support Person of the Year, Mrs. Gail Roberts. Gail has been with Heartland for 28 years, and it's important to understand what an elementary school office looks like. I'm relatively new to it, and I was not prepared for the number of balls in the air that our secretaries juggle, from sick kids to absence lines to the phones. And no one does it better than Gail with a smile, makes everyone feel valued from our staff to our kids. And coming to Village Elementary is a pleasure because of the way they're greeted and the way they're treated. So it is my pleasure to introduce Miss Gail.
Thank you very much. I love the Heartland family. I love you all. Thanks.
Well, I got an issue, unfortunately. You know, I was expecting you to have that beautiful hat that you were wearing on the day.
I was going to get a fascinator and say I just flew in from the coronation.
If the community doesn't know, Gail loves hats, lots of different types of awesome hats, so. I guess it goes with wearing many hats as a secretary. All right, next, on April 19th, we had an opportunity. I know that Ms. Coleman and Mr. Costa went to the presentation of the LESA budget. Mike, if you would work your way up here. I've asked Superintendent Mike Hubert from the Livingston Education Service Agency to come and speak in regards to the Livingston County budget. This is something that we do have a motion tonight on the table to adopt as a school district. And in your packet, you saw the general fund as well as special ed. So Mike, I'm going to let you talk a little bit about that.
Thank you, Superintendent Hughes, and good to see everyone tonight. And it's a pleasure to see the few that were there on April 19th. So I apologize in advance. I'm probably going to break the trend of standing ovations that you set for tonight. So, or at least let me say it differently. If I get a standing ovation, it'll be the first in this kind of presentation I've ever gotten. So I'll be very happy about that, but don't predict it at all. Tonight, my intent is to share a little bit about the agency's budget. I think you have the slides, information. We've tried to provide briefings to the administrative team. Yes, we had a presentation at our School Board Association. I also have a screencast that if you don't get enough of me personally tonight, you can watch that and to your pleasure. And anything that I cover that doesn't make sense or you want to dig deeper, I'd be happy to just spend time with you personally as well. That goes for you as members of the board, administration, members of the community, those that may be listening tonight from afar as well. I'm always up for a cup of coffee and a conversation about the things that we do at the agency. I'm proud of what we do. That's why I love walking across the parking lot every day to my job. I love the things that we get to engage in. And so if there's a chance to make that better through conversation, love to do that. If there's a way to do things differently by learning a new idea, I'm open to that. So with that, I think Chuck, you said press down buttons and that'll advance.
Right.
Hey, that worked. Great. So the board at the agency, I just want to give props to Eileen Jankowski. I'm not sure how many of you know Eileen personally, but she essentially is the Heartland representative on the agency's board. But I think the world of Eileen. She challenges me as a superintendent. She brings out really good things in me. She has great ideas. She holds the bar very high. And so I think she represents the Heartland community well as she engages in her work on our board. So if you ever have questions, I know just knowing Eileen, she's always open for that cup of coffee as well and that conversation. So I'm going to cruise past a couple of things. I'm going to stop though on this. This is an important slide. The process that is established for having the agency's budget adopted is called out in law. And what that calls for is by May 1st, we provide board information, and we've done that well in advance of that date. Then by June 1st, that you would pass a resolution to either approve or disapprove of the agency's budget. Now that's usually on a technical aspect around the general fund budget. We over time have made certain that we approach both the special education and the general education budget. So we try to engage on both of those. So there's resolutions that will cover both that we've provided to approve or disapprove of the agency's budget. A key thing though, beyond just the formal approval or disapproval, is what might be on your mind. And so if there's anything on the informal that you want to communicate, such as we're approving, but we have a concern, or we have a thought, what our board craves is that information. And more than just a dry resolution that says yes or no to something, but what's on your mind? Do you like the direction the agency's headed? Do you like the things that are in the budget or not? And that's an important part. So they will listen for those resolutions to come in so that they can consider what might be on your mind. And then they can take their action accordingly by June 30th. So that's what we're like, in that we have to pass our budget by June 30th, just like you have to pass your budget. But obviously, we need to collect insights ahead of time. And so this is the process that we follow. This is another really important slide here. There's a special education millage that if you're a property owner, you probably will see. Livingston ISD will show up. And some years ago, probably about 8-ish or so years ago, there was an approval of an override to the rollback of that millage, which generated new money for the schools, because over time through the rollback, we weren't able to levy those funds. And what's on the screen, the 9.8 million, that restoration is what the voters approved. And I just wanted to point out, one, it's expiring. So we've got a lot of time to be thinking about, do we want to reapproach voters? But I also want you to understand that every dollar that comes to that restoration of that millage goes directly to the local districts. Not a penny stays with the agency. So that question, once called, is going to be exclusively around, do we want those funds to continue from the taxpayers? It'll go through the agency, but roll directly into your budget. So not any of that is within the agency. There is the 21.4 million that's shown for next year. That is part of the traditional amount that the agency does take in, uses for programs that I'll try to review a little bit of. But even up there, about 5 million of that goes directly to the local districts as well and doesn't stay with the agency. So those couple points of that millage will be expiring, and the knowledge that millage, a good bit of that, all of the restoration, I should say, stays with the local districts.
Mike, real quick.
Yeah.
Just for a point of clarification, when you say that money goes back to the districts, not that whole 98 mil goes to Heartland, it's spread amongst all the public school districts. And if I'm not mistaken, it also supplements private schools, is that true?
Not private, but the public school academies.
Okay.
Yeah, as a public school, yeah, it will touch them as well. And you're correct that not all of it goes to Heartland. So don't cash that check. But it's proportionate within the county based on the expenditures that each of the districts incur. This slide I'm going to pass on because it's really just a little bit about the general fund side of our agency operations. And if there was a slide I was whining about in funding, if it was trying to convince a legislator or somebody, it would be this, that the money the agency gets in this space hasn't been the same as even back in the early 2000s. But it really, this doesn't connect to the Heartland directly. So I'll pass on that. If you're curious of Section 81, again, that would be for another conversation down the road, perhaps. These are our key budget assumptions, just to illustrate maybe some similarities to what you face. So our Section 81 revenues, again, I'll pass on that. Taxable values, we're looking at about a 4% increase. In talking with the county equalization director, it could probably be stronger than that as an increase, but we're trying not to overshoot that. So we're using a 4% factor on that. Wage rates, we have settlements right now at 2.5%. We're bargaining with one of our support staff unions. What we try to do in the wage area is stay similar to what the settlements are within the county. And so we have a 2.5% settlement, but if we see that there's settlements throughout the county that are higher, we may do adjustments in that. So that's why I've put an asterisk on that we tend to look back once we get to the fall, what were all the settlements? Is there a reason to be changing or not? And so we'll try to just be sensitive to that. Retirement rate, same as what you're looking at. Health benefits, probably same as when you do your budgeting work. When we look to the special ed millage distribution, the 5.2 million, that's something that would come out of the typical amount that we would collect out of the millage. And then the 9.8 million is, again, all of that restoration gets distributed back to the districts. And then there's a 500,000 amount that hasn't changed for, well, I've been with the agency for 18 years and that amount's been the same since then. It goes back to a complex calculation that was once done, but you'll get 100,000 of that 500,000 in Heartland. This slide, sometimes people, don't know the agency exists and they some know it exists, but don't realize how many of our folks are actually embedded within the districts, working every day with your students. So this slide just tries to illustrate, depends on the account, our staff, head count or full-time equivalency. I tend to say it's about 650 people, but that boils down in full-time equivalency to just over 600. But when you look in the Heartland column, there's about 80 people by full-time equivalency that are in your district. every day working. Now, some of that's transportation because we're part of the collaborative with you. And that in other cases, it's special education or early childhood education, ancillary staff for special education. But this just shows there's a lot of folks that are here. There's a lot of folks throughout. It's hard to find a building in the county, whether it's private or public school academy or public school, that agency staff are not in or in some way directly influencing in what I hope are very positive ways. So a chance to kind of break down what some might appear as just an administrative organization. So there's a lot of people engaged every day in helping students. This is a slide that contrasts our budget to yours. Key thing to note here is that we do a lot of outgoing transfers, whereas you might have supplies and materials. And that might make more sense as you start looking at, we do a lot of grants. And so we'll pass through money to you and to the other districts versus spending money on supplies. You know, so you might take some of that money and you're spending on the supplies. We're just passing through a lot of that. This slide is not intended for you to read, and for in the audience, please, don't try to readjust your bifocals in any way. This is just to illustrate there's a couple companion documents to the presentation. On the left side of the screen, there's an appropriation resolution. And I particularly don't find as much value in the appropriation resolution because the state establishes the format for that, but it often doesn't match up with a program and something that you can easily understand. So the document on the right is available and has some information with it that's narrative as well as just numbers, but starts to break it down on things that might make more sense. You'll see things on there like early childhood education or transportation or administration and board if you're looking for that, but put it into more common terms that you can start to develop questions from. And so that's why we provide those. There's the numbers on the far right of that. They're just notations, and there's narratives that go along with that. Because where we see changes in those numbers from year to year, we try to give you some insights as to why those things are changing. We got more grant money, or there's carryover, or we made an increase or a decrease in a budget area, and for what reason. So I think it's just enough to start you down the path if you're curious and want to understand. But then below each of those are a whole range of other financial bits of information that we can provide for you if you ever have that interest. So when you look at our budget in total, general fund revenues, 24 million, special education fund, 59 million. We have about a break-even budget in both. And so our fund balance amounts, when you look at that, we tend to target around 10% in fund balance. And so what you'll notice is when we start going up like special ed right now at 12% is pretty high for that fund. So we start to hit that tipping point and we start looking at doing supplements to operational support. So passing through more of those funds to bring our fund balance down and to help you offset costs of special education and other program expenditures in your district. So that's what we target. That's about where we're landing. Our budget numbers in the past, if you look at our audit reports, have been pretty solid. So if you don't know me or the agency yet, you can look to some of those places to verify. So is this a reliable kind of budget, or is it just numbers that are put together? I think it's a good budget. I think it's pretty reliable based on our pattern in history. So we put a lot of effort into trying to make it accurate, not just overly conservative, but does it really match what we're going to do? And the audit reports will show a really good history in that if you have an interest in looking at that. Some charts, of course, you got to have pie charts, right? A lot of blue here because that's in our general fund. We have a lot of grants. And so those grants boil down in table form to these regional transportation, early childhood, career development programs like that occupy a lot of that budget area. But that's where we have a lot of our people involved. Career tech ed, we do a lot of pass-through money there. We don't have a department as rich in people as we do in writing checks. Transportation, just the opposite. A lot of really good people, and we're not passing through money. Let me skip ahead here. Special education fund, we look at revenues there. It's not as grant based, more millage based. So you'll see where we're bringing in special ed millage, also the restoration once again, and then other sources of revenue. Special ed operates heavily on state reimbursement. So you see that as a notable area, and then some federal monies come in as well. But really a lot from that state reimbursement. But you can see as taxpayers, it's where most of our money is coming from, is the tax bills locally. That's the way our funding system in Michigan is designed, and that's the way it works in this instance. you're looking at where we're spending that money. It's a lot in our ancillary staff and supporting the process of special education. So that's where we have a lot. And then in our center programs, so beyond the staff we have working in the district every day, we also over in Howell have a campus near our education center, and that's our pathway program. We have a center there for students with more severe disabilities, and that's referenced in that's what's the third line item there, 7.5 million. And so they're on that campus, but also then embedded. We lease a lot of classroom spaces within the Howell schools. So those center programs are in least restrictive environments operating within school buildings there. That wraps up the slides that I have. Contact information is here. And again, for anybody of interest, you could contact me at mike@livingstonesa.org. Stephanie Weiss is our assistant superintendent. She's on the school business officials board of directors, going to be the incoming president of that association next year. So we're really proud of that amazing individual. And Laura Walters is our finance director, been with us a long time and has really come up through the agency, working into the role of finance and budget director, and just an absolutely amazing individual. And both, I hope, have the same spirit I do, which is to help answer questions, provide insights, and have a good listening ear to things that might be of interest to you. So I'll wrap up there. I hope I was brief enough, but gave you enough information to start framing questions or things like that. Again, don't need to come right now. I can try to address if there are any, but if there's anything down the road, again, I think that's where we can really capture that opportunity to really engage in conversation and learn. Anything else?
Any questions for Mike from the board, because it is an action item, because our next meeting is not until June 12th.
Gotcha.
We have to do this before June 1st.
Appreciate
So
it.
tonight's an action item regarding this. So if there's any questions, now would be the time to talk to Mike.
I do have one.
Mhm.
And thank you very much for presenting all this. And I know there's a lot of information here and it's good information. So we appreciate what you guys do.
Sure.
And I don't know if this is something that you can look into. It is an educational factor that I think should be taught to a lot of people. But maybe if we start with you, and that is, do we do any kind of educating on human trafficking? And the reason I ask is because I don't know if people are familiar, I've said this before, but 600,000 children disappear from the United States every year, 600,000. And we don't hear about it. We don't hear about how we can teach kids how to not become a victim, everything that comes with it. So I'm wondering if there's anything that we can insert into this, or if you do that now.
There's nothing from what I'd say is a curriculum standpoint where it's covered in this class in this way with this information, but it does come up in trainings for administrators, leaders within an organization. And I think I agree with you in regards to it being an important subject and something we often look past, right? We just don't pay attention and notice it in our community. And so it's certainly worthy of the conversation.
So it does sound like you're supportive of it, and because you believe in it as well. Is there something that we can do to help facilitate, like creating something that, so we can educate the community and other kids and things like that?
Sure. I think the first part is to kind of break down where do we want to have the word, then we can think about the how, right? So do we want to have it in the classroom or in the help for those that are leading and engaging in that classroom? Just kind of the details, I think, is what we should surface first, and then decide what's comfortable for you. One thing that I won't do from the county standpoint is say what you need to do in your classroom. So that'll be then a conversation around your board table. But as for the importance of the word, bringing that forward, it's certainly an important thing. And people will be surprised if they dig into that. So but I think that's where you'll need to decide what's going to be right in Heartland for the conversation in your classrooms, just like different perhaps in another district. But I'd certainly like to help facilitate awareness to that kind of subject.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any more questions for Dr. Hubert?
Thank you very much. Good to see you all.
Thank you, Mike. Just make sure it doesn't mold. So I get to be out here. All right, so it's that time of year, board. Obviously, the board established goals last year and established the goals for the district to work towards. Often goals for a school district are much different than a business where you are building something and you're mass producing a product. We are doing our best to educate every child at all means possible. And so as the board establishes the goals, one of the things the board is responsible for doing is to evaluate me as a superintendent on how our staff has addressed the goals. So this is called an evidence of effort presentation to show the board what we've done as a staff, and certainly what I've done as the leadership component of the school district to keep moving us forward. Years ago, we used to talk a lot about Collins's work good to great. We don't talk about Collins's work good to great anymore because we changed it to good to better. Each year we're trying to get better. How do we get better? We get better by working hard and looking at the issues and trying to improve how we deliver instruction and how we work with students every day. So I won't hit every single slide because I've put that in the board packet. It is online in the board packet. You should have had that ahead of time. Hopefully you looked through that. So I'll kind of skip through and just kind of hit some highlights, just so that we've done this and you've seen what we have to say. And again, this is developed from the perspective of the whole staff here in Heartland. At the end of the day, my job is to be responsible for the entire district look, what happens at this high level and not at the micro level of every building. So you won't see a micro look at each building. You'll see the macro look from the district perspective. Our finance goal, ultimately, what the board has always asked us to do is to make sure that we are monitoring our finances, spending accordingly, looking for resources, looking for revenue, everything that we can do to ensure that our budget at the end of the year is in good shape. You've heard over and over that the state treasury looks at us to have a 15 to 20% fund balance. And we really work hard at that. And it hasn't been until the last few years that we've really been able to do that because of some one-time incoming funds. So the assessment piece over on the right is the key to the end of the year. And so the next few slides address those components. We do have an audit every year, and unfortunately at this time of year, the audit doesn't come in until the fall, right? So at the end of the closeout of June 30th, we start preparing for our audit, and the auditors, an independent auditing firm comes in, they audit us, and they ensure that we are doing what we are supposed to do with our funds and that we're managing them accordingly. The last audit, 21-22, unmodified opinion. That's the best possible opinion that you can get as a school district. And we received the best possible audit that a school district can receive from our auditors. We are projecting a 21 plus 2023, 2022-23 fund balance. Again, keep in mind that this is because of the one-time dollars that have come into the school district from different sources for COVID recovery, recovery for children education, all different types of grants from that perspective. Now, in the out years, as you've seen in the out years, we start using our fund balance, no different than if I have a savings account and I have to put a new roof on my house. Once I use my savings account, it's gone, and now I have to work to replace it. Same thing with this. Once you use those one-time dollars, they're gone, and it drops that fund balance quite substantially in the out years because the money no longer flows in. And then we did do a budget to actual review in February. Again, no discernible surprises there. We are very much on track with our budget. Thanks to our community, we had a 76.58% yes vote on our non-homestead. That is huge for us, worth $5.5 million to our general fund. And we can continue to move forward, and that's going to help the conversation that Mrs. Glaybach put on the action item today when we get there in regards to can we afford to move down that road for resource officers and whatnot. So again, I thank the community for their support and coming out and saying that public education is important to Heartland. We've had a number of activities. Again, I won't go through all these, but we continue to work with our school. We keep, the key one here for us is every fall we go out and we educate our staff on where our balance sheets, what they look like, what our finances look like, and why we're making the decisions that we're making. And we educate our staff and we make sure we keep them in the loop. And we think that's very powerful. We meet regularly with our Teachers Association and we talk a lot about where are we and how are things going. Building in sight, again, we expect that our facilities are the best possible for students' educational purposes, as well as staff and their ability to teach and do the work that they need to do to educate our children. We look at a number of things, such as our bonds and sinking fund and general fund. And again, if you go to our website and towards the bottom, you can click on the 2020 bond and see an update there. You can see our sinking fund and how we've spent that sinking fund over the last 5 years. I think we're done with 5 years and we've spent the money in 5 years. Again, the importance of a sinking fund in Heartland in any school district is that you're paying for things without having to pay for interest. You pay as you go. Very powerful to have a sinking fund that you had those monies available to take care of the needs of the school district without having to borrow money and paying to borrow that money. And so that will come up probably, I think in 2025, 26, I think is when that will come back to the voters depending on the wishes of the board. Lots of work continues. We've been updating our signage. If you go to Village, you'll see this. You'll see the sign out front here. You'll see a new sign in front of the middle school auxiliary stadium. Next on the list, the falling apart signs at farms and lakes will be redone. These are custodians and their maintenance working throughout the year. New buses, new risers, the FIS, the farms STEM centers coming along, waiting for furniture. Some of it's in, but getting ready to add that farms science, technology, education, or science, technology, engineering, and mathematics program as one of the electives. We've completed quite a few bond projects as you've seen them around the district. Again, I won't read through all these. We'll be doing the high school main field this summer with the track refurbishing. We've already installed the new lights there while they could get to it early. The difference in general for that field versus auxiliary field is I think the main field will have a yellow H, right, Matt? Yeah. So we've done quite a bit of work. We're working also on safety issues that came up, making sure that our PA systems throughout the district are working properly in all of our buildings. We've already taken care of this building with a couple adjustments to go, but all the other buildings have been audited so we can fix and make sure their PA systems are working everywhere we need them to work throughout the site. Again, bond, and this is what's coming up, what we'll be working on this summer. So you'll see quite a lot of work, and we're really anxious to get started. We've worked with the athletic teams to make sure the day after the last track activity, I think it's like June 12th or 16th or something like that. We're right. May 18th. May 18th, we're going to be in there starting to rip the sod apart and get going so that we're ready on that first activity of the year at the end of the summer. Touching all the collaboration centers at the farms, the Ore Creek and the high school, and reconfiguring them and making them much more usable spaces for all of our students to collaborate, work in teams, and work together to solve problems and get projects done, and teachers to have space to spread out. Technology. The high school is going to have an esports room. We're going to add esports in the fall. If you don't know what esports are, it's online gaming, but it's a sport. And what's really interesting about this is the number of scholarships that kids are gaining through esports is amazing. And this is just a field that's growing. And so we'll be offering an esports team and we'll have a facility. And what's nice about that is we could tag on to our career tech education dollars to create this space, because we're also going to have the full-fledged cybersecurity program that has gone from Pinckney schools to us. They could no longer facilitate it, so we picked it up. So we'll have the cybersecurity program right here in our school district for our kids to take and not have to travel. So that's exciting news for our students here in Heartland. We continue to have our buses inspected every year, and we're continue to get certificate of excellences. I could put a bunch of them up here in a row. So, but our state police inspections are always perfect with our bus fleet. So we've got a great maintenance department. Sinking fund, again, here are some things we did last year with the sinking fund. Again, these are dollars that we didn't have to generate interest and pay interest on. We get the dollars, we spend them on these projects, and we keep moving forward. Technology department, maintenance department do tickets. Tickets are what they have to work on that people put into the system as there's a problem. You can see technology team is working at 99.2% efficiency and getting those tickets completed, and maintenance department has completed 97.7% of the tickets that they've seen here in the district this school year. We continue to do our technology on a schedule. We do our buses on a schedule, and we look at vehicles and equipment and what we need to replace as we move forward. And the board always sees those ahead of time and approves those processes. School safety continues to be an issue. We continue to work on the school safety. We did have our first school safety meeting on the 27th of April and had really good dialogue and conversation around that. We'll continue in the fall. We'll have ALICE training for all schools here in the district. We've done the high school and some middle school staff. Mr. Van Epps is working with our law enforcement to make sure that all of our teachers get that ALICE training in the fall. And then we'll continue with the ALICE-based modules every year to keep everybody fresh and keep moving forward in that direction. The partnership with the township has been really good in Cheryl Stockwell Academy, and at least bringing some officers to the district when we used to have none in that reaction time. And again, continue to work on school safety things that come up and recommendations. And I've shared that with the community many times on our assessment and what we've been working on for school safety. We've installed, these are, you'll see next to all of our AEDs, you'll see that we also have another item there, and that's the Stop the Bleed kit. And that was a recommendation in our evaluation by an outside entity. We've done quite a few things. We've ordered the Raptor entrance security system for the fall. That means when you walk into our buildings, you'll have to have a state approved ID. They'll take that ID and they'll check who you are and against sexual criminal activity, as well as I believe we can have it do any what is it called, felonies. All right, so we'll work through that process. Again, that's one more step in providing that safe entry into our buildings. And we continue to look at security camera coverage, better coverage. And again, I note the safety committee meetings started. Curriculum and instruction continues to be the focus. At the end of the day, besides safety being our number one, it's curriculum that we deliver to students as our number two. And I believe that that's a very powerful message to say that both are very, very important. So the next few slides just cover all of the things that the board asked us to take a look at. And again, most of this stuff has already been shared. This should not be new to anybody. This has been shared through my weeklies all year, as well as in the community life. It's nothing new. Continue to have great marks in our schools. We continue to be rated at the top in rating systems in the state of Michigan. Our MSTEP scores continue to work on them. We had a downtime here for a while because of COVID. And again, part of the ESSER monies is to make sure that our staff has dollars to put into that recovery of students that lost time and lost their abilities and lost their proficiency levels. So we've worked on that. You can see, because this is a year, this data was last spring, we're just testing students now, so we don't have that data available. Unfortunately, the state doesn't give us that data very quickly. And so as soon as that data comes out, we'll share that data. But at this point in time, we're usually a year behind on this. But even in the last year, we saw a difference in the blue here. meaning that our students were moving forward in these assessments. PSAT and SAT, we definitely struggled at that, and we believe that one of the reasons why we struggled is because of the COVID years. We believe that we're going to see an improvement this year. You can still see at the percentages of how our kids are scoring. And we're going to continue to work on that. We have some hope. This is the fall. These are what's called the Smarter Balanced Benchmark Assessments in these grades for ELA and math. And you can see the fall scores versus the spring scores that our students engaged in. And you'll see some really encouraging scores there. Again, these are online assessments that we do for the state of Michigan called benchmark assessments. The legislators wanted us to ensure that we were checking, and this is how we check. And this is how our students are doing. And you'll see really good results that our kids have showed us. So we have a lot of positive hope on how our kids are going to score this year on our state assessments. So, and we're in the middle of that. I think this year they're just getting, or this week it's elementary math, if I'm not mistaken, right? So working on that. So moving forward there. Our online, we do have online opportunities. We have 21F at the high school where a high school student could take 2 online classes each semester if they chose to, as well as through our HVA and legacy program. And you can see over here, the yellow for first semester of this year, 78% success rate. I always tell people, understand one thing, online is harder than sitting in the classroom. Online is much more difficult for students. You have to have a real framed a sense of how you're going to accomplish your online classes to be successful there, because if you start getting behind, you can't catch up. It's very, very difficult. So we're seeing some success, at least at a 78% mark. Our high school kids that take it just 2 classes at a time, or 1 or 2 classes, it's up to them. They tend to be a little bit more, score a little bit higher, but the rest of the students are working to the best of their ability. But online is hard. It's not the easiest classes to take, and yet we're getting a 78% on average success rate, which is very good. District leadership, continue with Mr. Minsker and our district leadership and building leadership capacity in the school district. We work hard to ensure that we have a leadership development process for our teachers and educators that want to move into that leadership component. Unfortunately, when people think about leadership, they think about administrators. It's not true. Everybody's a leader in their own right, and our teachers are leaders every single day, whether they're working with their grade level teams, or they're working within their content area teams, or they're working on campus in the school improvement process. We have lots of opportunities to lead, and we want staff that are confident that they are leaders in their buildings. And Mr. Minsker works very closely with our staff to have a district leadership team that help us to develop our professional development from year to year and move us forward in the direction in which we need to move. And so I thank Mr. Minsker and that team for all the work that they do every year. Personnel, again, a lot of this is based on surveys. A lot of this is based on the information there on the right-hand side. Surveys, just a note so everybody understands, the common thread in surveys is if you can get a 30% return rate, you have a really good survey. And that's the reality of surveys, is what kind of response rate do you get? So we are always looking, and the board did note that in this this particular domain, that they're looking for a 30% return rate to the best of our ability. And again, people have to take advantage of those surveys in order for us to have good data. School of choice is part of this. Scott Van Epps talks to every single family of school of choice that chooses to come to Heartland and makes the decisions on whether we're going to take the student or not, or can we facilitate their need, what school they'd like to go to, looking at where their siblings might go at school of choice and that type of thing. This past year, we had 198 new students enrolled in our school of choice program. Again, it was off pace by 15 students compared to last year at 213, 237 the year before, and 220 the prior year. So school of choice is a big makeup of our school district. Roughly about 1 in 5 students in our school district are school of choice because they choose to come to Heartland as their option They like what we have to offer. Where did new students come from? This is just, we try to share out to the board every year. Where are they coming from? And you can see homeschooled, Cheryl Stockwell, Fenton, Linden, Brighton. And this is this year's group of kids, right? This is all the ones that are currently in our system. But this is where they came this year. And so you can see where we get our students from. 34 was interesting. 34 moved here from out of state and chose Heartland. When I talk to parents, I spend a lot of time in the summertime interacting with the parents in the front office. Why Heartland? Why'd you choose school of choice with Heartland? Or why'd you choose Heartland when you're moving to the area? You have other choices. And it's usually 90% of the time word of mouth. Word of mouth to come to Heartland is why they come here. Student perception survey, very positive results this year. Again, moving in the right direction. I think all of these saw a little bit of movement in the positive direction. 87% of students saying that they feel safe at school. These are our 7-12 students. The one that bothers me is the second one here. 17% still say that internet access and current technology is keeping them from being fully engaged. Now, I will tell you, we were working with LESA, Mike Hubert, you saw him here tonight, helping us to try to work with the county commissioners on a program to get more trunk lines installed for fiber, so that it would be easier for people to connect, especially in the rural parts of our school district. So we are working on that, and we're committed that if they can get certain amounts of monies and funding, that the district sees a value in that, and that would have to come to the board. I think I shared that with you recently, at least I can share it again if you'd like me to, but I'm pretty sure I did, that's what we're working on. How do we create more internet access for our families? Because the biggest issue is I'm 1.5 miles from the nearest trunk line, and it's going to cost me way too much money to get that internet service to my home, right? And now what is it? A Verizon, pack doesn't always work. Right? I can't always get it through the forest where I live. So there are things that we can do as a school district to also help our families with engaging in that access. So just wanted to point that out because I think that's an important one. Senior exit survey, to me, these are the most important questions we can ask. When I was a high school principal, we used to do actual one-on-one interviews with students. Superintendent would come over. Board members would come over, we do one-on-one interview questions, just talk to them and say, hello, how you doing? I'm so-and-so. I have 2 questions for you, and talk to me about these questions. These questions are really important to us. So 85% of our students at the high school currently say that they would recommend the high school to friends and family, and 87% said that they have a very positive experience at the high school. And so this is, again, what I think very important data. Parent perception survey. I didn't put that information here except for a couple key pieces. And I think I've shared that with the community in the past when we did this survey for 2022-23. But again, parents assign an A or B. 96% of parents assign an A or B to our school district compared to 92% last year. Again, these are parents that are responding to the survey. We have new parent surveys that we do every year. We sent out 131 surveys and we got 21 back. We don't seem to get a real good return. We've tried sending paper copies. We've tried Google Docs. We've tried inviting with an email. And for some reason, our new parents don't seem to respond very much to the survey. Maybe they're happy, I don't know, but they don't respond. Staff survey, again, looking at, to me, 92% of the staff feels physically safe in our schools. I think that's important information for the Board of Education to take a look at. And I think that this information helps you. Scott Van Epps facilitates this survey to our staff, sends it out, our staff responds. I think we had 38% of our staff respond. So we have some good information here for the board to take a look at. And we've sent that to you, and you have that information to take a look at. Athletic surveys, again, making sure that our athletic teams have an opportunity to report how they feel their seasons went. And so this information shares that with the board. We have lots of new hires this year. Again, you can see all of these new hires and where we've been hiring staff. We'll be hiring at the next board meetings. Scott and I have already been doing our pre-hiring of all of our new teachers. And so we'll be bringing some new hires to the board in June, at that first meeting of June. We also keep track of where our students are maybe not always behaving to the best of their ability. Keep in mind that we have an intervention-based discipline system, which means that in our handbooks, there are certain categories that are marked with an asterisk that say, hey, if this happens, you automatically go to an expulsion hearing. So Scott runs those expulsion hearings, 58 of them so far this year through the end of April. The purpose of those hearings are to intervene with the family and the student, bring the family and the student together, working with our district staff, talk about what's going on, what caused them to be there, and to help them overcome that. Can be counseling, can be services, can be lots of different things that come out of that to help that child not make that same decision in the future. And so Scott works with those families, and he does an outstanding job making sure that we're helping those families attack the issue early, so that they don't have to worry about it when they, hopefully, when they graduate from school. So I appreciate Scott and all of his effort that he puts into these, and our team that shows up, our principals, assistant principals, student support service coordinator, Ms. Shinjek, and others that go in there and help create a plan for each child to move them out back into the school in a positive light. So thank you, Scott. Common discipline infractions, again, just so the board can see where we're at. You can see this year we've dealt with these types of infractions, 929 of them to date at the end of April. Some might say, well, it looks like you're really attacking the issue. You know, if someone might say, well, they're really not doing anything around discipline, but yet we've dealt with more issues than we have in the past. So it depends on how you want to look at this data. We look at it as students misbehave sometimes, make poor decisions, and we address it. And we address them every time. And that's our hope, is that we're always addressing the issues when they come up. People may not like how we address the issues, but we do address the issues, right? No different than a court of law. We may not like how a judge rules, but we accept the fact that the judge made a ruling, and we did the best we could to help those children learn from their experiences. DEI, we have a DEI committee. Again, the assessment is summary of staff development and summary of student educational activities and so on. Just some real quick things. This is the district DEI committee. The district has met on these dates that we put here, and these are the types of things we've talked about. This is the education we've provided students as well as staff to make sure we're continuing to move forward. As you know, the DOJ has been in the district looking at a complaint from 2020. We continue to move through that complaint process, and we'll have a special session, a closed session today to talk about some issues that pertain to that. But we're going to continue to move forward to ensure that our student body are making the decisions that they need to make for all kids to be successful here. I have started a partnership with EMU, and the partnership is to try to work with EMU and to cultivate a relationship with EMU for our cadet teachers. We know that we have a shortage of teachers. We have a huge shortage in the future years. And so we had this year 42 cadet teachers. We got a chance to go over and see the students. I took the dean of students from EMU over there, Dean Gildersleeve. And then we started a conversation about how do we develop a relationship where our students in the cadet teaching program get some opportunities to interact with EMU, which is a very well-known educational university. And how do we then help those students, if they enroll at EMU, get their student teaching done, maybe in Heartland schools, maybe get an opportunity to see what our district's like. Maybe an opportunity too, on the outside of that, to draw in a diverse population of teachers, because where we're located, we don't get a lot of diversity applying in Heartland schools. The rule today is, if it's not within 30 miles, I'm not interested. Because it used to be that you were willing to drive a lot farther. People aren't willing to drive more than 30 miles anymore, especially with gas prices and things like that. And just the cost of a car nowadays, right? Like, people aren't willing to look outside of that 30-mile radius any longer. Well, you look at a 30-mile radius, that doesn't draw a lot of diversity into the district. And so one of the things that we're trying to do is, how do we build that relationship? So if our kids go to EMU, or EMU students are in their education department, they get a chance to see what Heartland's like, and maybe in the future they'll apply in Heartland. We have our partners in progress we continue to work with, and up there on the wall, right? The partners in progress, the township, the Cromaine library system, the Chamber of Commerce, and ourselves. And this was that all board meeting that we had. So hopefully you like your pictures that are up there. And then we just end with our 3 R's and making sure that we continue to move forward with ensuring that our students are having the best experience possible here in Heartland. So ends my report on evidence of effort. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Thanks for the presentation. Just one question I had on the school of choice. Do we have any data on kids that leave the district in terms of where they're going and they've given reasons for why they're leaving?
I would answer that. Renee, did I do something wrong? I don't know. I just ended, so. You want me to go back? Hang on, Greg. I'm just gonna go here, so I'll let you move us. The answer to that is, we don't currently necessarily do exit surveys for parents that leave us. So I don't know that we have that data. Mr. Van Epps, I don't know if you collect that data in personnel.
Just briefly, I can share that when we learn that a student has left the district, it's typically because we've received a request for records from the school that the family has moved to, or perhaps choiced out. So, no, we have not endeavored to call and say, hey, why are you leaving? I would hypothesize that, a lot of times it's a residency change. We're kind of giving and taking with Brighton, we take in some go to Brighton. A lot of times it can be proximity. I know we're taking a lot of students, we do take in a lot of students from Powell Public Schools, but again, it's proximity, it's these neighborhoods, folks are moving in. The neighbors already have a kindergartner already over here, so they all want to be a part of that.
Any other questions? All right.
Yeah, I have one question regarding school choice students. What is our criteria for accepting school choice students? When would we not accept a student?
Well, there are two critical questions on the school choice application, which you can find on the website. Has your child been suspended or expelled in the last 2 years? And so if they check a yes to that, then that prompts further inspection. When they sign that application, they're giving permission for this school district to follow up and call. Even if they don't check a box, you still have permission to follow up and call. The other critical question would be, does your child receive special education services? What's significant about that is if a child lives in a neighboring county, such as Huron or Oakland, Huron Valley and Oakland, or Fenton and Genesee, the child has an IEP, already has an IEP. This is where the conversation with the family gets very difficult. And I always say it's tough to talk about kids and money in the same breath. But I have to advise them that I have to have a conversation with the sending district about a cost sharing contract. And so I have to receive the IEP, vet the IEP, work with the special education department, look at the nature of the services, and then there's quite a complicated formula to figure out exactly what that sending district will pay. Bottom line is, in doing this for over a decade, nobody pays. Same answer I might give to a family who's seeking to go to Huron Valley is to say, we can provide those services to our Heartland residents. And so, I'm sorry, we're just not going to write a check for that child to go elsewhere when we can provide those exceptional services, I might add, here in Heartland. those labels that.
Just to be clear, that if a student has been expelled or suspended, is that an automatic disqualifier, or is that just something that's taken into consideration?
An expulsion may be an automatic qualifier if it was, for example, a weapons violation. You have to follow 180 day rule. But if it's, and I haven't had an expulsion recipient. I've had children that have had suspensions. That's where you're calling, find out what was the suspension for in the last 2 years. Got caught vaping or something like that, or there could be a multitude of other things that you have a conversation about the suspensions and vet those. Oftentimes, if I feel the need to, I'll have a conversation with the principal as to where that child's grade level, where they may be going. Invite them, a lot of times for legacy, I'll invite a family and child in to meet with the principal as a precursor to acceptance, to try and better understand the nature of their story.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. I think so ends the superintendent's report.
Thank you. Mr.
I'm not touching.
We're gonna give Renee a moment to make sure that everybody's still there and see what we need to. Mr. Hughes, just to clarify, so that the presentation you just gave that is part of, that would be something that would be available online. Is that correct?
Yes, I'll put it under the board goals. When you go to the board section of our website.
Okay,
Last year just sitting there, I'll put this one next to it.
okay, just want to make sure that they're available for everybody else. You can make it here tonight. All right. Item 1E, call to the public. We do have a few cards, and we'll again remind the speakers to express themselves in a civil manner with respect and dignity for others who may be affected by your comments. I know in the past also we've had some issue with time. So we're going to try something new up here, Mrs. Coleman and I. We're gonna have a timer going. So rather than me interrupt the speaker at 2 minutes and 30 seconds, you're going to hear Mrs. Coleman alarm will go. That'll be your indication you've got 30 seconds if you could just politely wrap things up. So at about 3 minutes, I'll thank you for your comments to the board. All right. Karen Wallen hopped. Karen Wallen hopped.
People rarely get that right the first time, so very impressive. Actually, I'm here on behalf of the Brighton Art Guild to pass along some good news. They offer every year scholarships to high school and college students. And there were several high school students that submitted their work for consideration. And one of the students, or the student that won on the high school level, or at least one of them, is a Heartland High School student by the name of Mindy Saborowski. So I just wanted to applaud the Heartland Art Department for obviously the skills that they're imparting their students, and also let the Heartland schools and the community know that if you have any high school students or college students who are in the area, that to just keep an eye on the Brighton Art Guild website for when the next round of scholarships will be awarded, and go ahead and submit your work and help you with your educational costs. Thank you.
Thank you. Angela Yarber.
I'm taking on this evening to what Mr. Hughes spoke about, Mr. Comfort. I want to recognize Mr. Lawrence Comfort, principal at Oak Creek, for outstanding contributions to the students and families of Heartland. Over the course of the 10 years that I have known him, he has exemplified the qualities of servant leadership. And in so doing, he has enhanced the education and lives of kids and families in Heartland. I first met Mr. Comfort when he came to the classroom where I was subbing at Creekside. It was clear that he valued the quality of the students' education for that day, even when there was a guest teacher. Evidence of his caring and leadership at Creekside was so pronounced that I sent my daughter there. I volunteered at the school frequently and saw Mr. Pumford's consistent, friendly interactions with students and families. He even visited with my parents when they came for school events and when they picked my daughter up from school. He was an active participant in all school events, including the 4th grade field trips to Mackinac Island. I know that he valued his role as an educational leader because he took part in the intense Teachers College writing program in New York. I'm sure that there are other things he did that I don't know about. He was excited to become principal at Oak Creek as that age group had a special hold on his heart. That time was shattered by COVID, but that did not stop his dedication. One evening when I was walking around the outside of the school campus for exercise, I saw Mr. Pumford leaving the school around 5:30 in the evening. We chatted and I learned that he had wrapped up his day completing necessary paperwork caused by COVID. He is always ready to fill a need. 2 weeks ago, I saw him jump into the timers line at a Chili home track meet. This past Friday, when I dropped off a breakfast casserole for teacher appreciation, he was the one who offered to take it down to the library. This morning, he jumped in to cover a class that was missing a sub. Mr. Pumford consistently supervises the morning drop-off line and stops traffic on Heartland Road so students can cross to Springer safely. Everybody who's been there knows what a danger zone that is. These duties are not part of his assigned responsibilities, but to Mr. Pumford, they are his assigned responsibilities. He puts students first, and by doing so has earned the trust of countless parents. Mr. Pumford shows that education works best when it is a partnership between families and schools. Best wishes for the next chapter of your life, Mr. Pumford, and thanks for your unwavering commitment to the students and families of Heartland. We'll miss you.
Richard Garber, Andrew Claypool.
Good evening. I'll get straight to the point because I have a few things to cover now. So I wanted to call to attention a couple issues that should have been non-issues. Firstly, on April 19th, for the second time in 2 weeks, my 6-year-old son Wyatt slammed his forehead into the pavement outside on recess at Creekside. Now, the first occasion, I get it, accidents happen. The second occasion, Wyatt was very articulate and adamant that he was intentionally tripped. Wyatt was taken to the ER for a subsequent evaluation. Thankfully, he was okay. But being the second head injury in 2 weeks, and the fact that Wyatt was mentioning bullying, I requested through Principal Stephanie Way surveillance footage so I could see what actually happened. Now, she admitted that she had footage. She saw the footage, but told me I couldn't see the footage because there was other kids present in that video. Yeah. Thing I have here is pictures from the PTO, official Creekside PTO, and from the Class Dojo site sanctioned through Creekside, where there's dozens of children posted online, including one of my son after the fact that I revoked permission to have him photographed. So where is the privacy concern of other children on these online posts that are put out to everybody? Why is only my son, and when I need to see his footage, why am I denied that? Stephanie told me I needed to take her word for it, that there was nothing to see. I have no reason to take her word. I personally don't trust her and have no obligation to. But I've spoken to legal counsel, and there's in fact no legal reason preventing the school from allowing me to see that footage. School members also flat out denied access to that footage. Chuck Hughes completely ignored my emails, and for the whole past year, to be honest with you, even my certified mail letters sent out to him were just sent back to me, returned to sender. I only received a generic reply after I mentioned the possibility of legal action or going to the news. So Wyatt's the smallest kid in his class. He's often reported bullying. And as a parent, I have every right to see footage of my child, especially in a case like this. People only try to hide things when there's something to hide. Why is this being hidden? So I deserve answers. My son, more importantly, deserves answers. And the community deserves answers. Why are we not allowed to see footage when our kid is being injured and bullied? Secondly, today I was called to pick up Wyatt from school because he had a severe rash all over his body. I checked on him and it was bad enough to where I took him to the doctor. I got to the doctor, there was multiple kids in there that the doctor had seen that day with a very similar issue. It was almost like a chemical burn all over his body. One thing I noticed as I was leaving the school with Wyatt, very obscurely behind the privacy glass of the front doors taped up was a letter stating or notice that they were using Monsanto's glyphosate and diquat dibromide pesticide from May 1st through July 1st. It would be put out in all Heartland schools in the district. Now, these were symptoms of that. The doctor acknowledged that, yes, this is the same thing she was seeing with other Heartland students that came through today, and that it was a result of exposure to pesticides. I'm not going to let my kids get poisoned. They're not going to be at school tomorrow until I get some answers. My brother passed away at 8 years of age from being exposed at Village Elementary to a long-term exposure to a chemical leak in he passed away in 99. That went untaken care of for a while. Another schoolmate of his also contracted the same very rare environmental cancer, of which my brother died from. I believe he died as well. So after what I went through with him, I will not allow my kids to be poisoned, and I will stand up and find some answers. Thank you.
Brooke Chapel?
Good evening, everyone. First of all, congratulations to every teacher that we just acknowledged and Mr. Comfort and all of that. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to start out by talking about safety just for a minute, since you guys will be talking about it. But there are many issues. First of all, that we have as a community, the fact that we're not on the committee. We asked, I don't know how many times for how many months, let parents, staff, students, teachers from all sides be on this committee. The question I have is, why don't you want us on this committee? That's disturbing. So when we're bringing up, oh, what's happening? Okay, there it goes. So when we're talking about safety, why don't we talk about portable classrooms? Why is that not in a bond update? Kids spend every day in there. So when we talk about ALICE training, is it ALICE-based training or is it actual ALICE training? Because we don't need a computer simulation. We need real life solutions here. I also wonder why our superintendent is on that committee when we don't get to be. Your agenda tonight is a joke. Let's be honest. We had so many emails from the community. Over 150 emails went out. We had lots of questions, and yet not one of them made it onto the agenda. What I wonder, though, is how many made it? How many did it take to launch that baseless FERPA investigation? The cost, I'm hearing, anywhere between $13,000 up to $30,000. So when we FOIA that information, it's going to be interesting to see how many people actually reached out. Was it more than 150? I doubt it. Also, we are all Heartland Eagles. I don't think I do a good enough job representing that. I'm proud to be a Heartland Eagle. That's why I send my kids here. I cannot like what goes on up here, but I can love what goes on in the classroom. And I have every right to want to be involved in my kids' education. We're meant to, as the community, you're meant to listen to us. And yet you don't. Why? We don't need safe space stickers. We need to go back to being Heartland Eagles. That's what we need. We're all safe. Let's be very clear. And it doesn't get to mean something to one person and mean a different thing to somebody else. Now, I'd like to talk about you, Cindy Shaw, for a moment, because I have a hard time with you being up here. You know, that's partly because you couldn't fill out your paperwork properly. And then all of a sudden, we're going to appoint you, not elect you. But month after month, we come here and tell you you're breaking bylaw. You're going to hear from somebody pretty soon here where we found out not only are you breaking a bylaw, but you're creating a felony. So you're going to put the district at risk if you don't step down, because we're going to have to take legal action to come against you. And that's going to cost the district money. So let's be really clear where we're going forward. We want to be heard. We want all of us to be heard. That's why we asked for everyone to be on it. I didn't just ask to be on it.
I'm gonna have to ask you about this.
So in the end, I just want to close with the fact that we are all Heartland Eagles and that we all deserve to be heard.
Sherry Zacharis.
Good evening. I've been unable to attend the last few board meetings, but I've watched every meeting via Zoom, and I feel compelled to comment on a few things that I have observed. After the November election, a close friend of mine said that maybe it was a good thing that members of the clean slate got elected. She was hopeful that when the new board members experienced the inner workings of the board and the school district, they would realize the laws and restrictions that they are compelled to follow. So I was hopeful that politics would cease to be an influence. I'm sad to say that I have observed the opposite. When an annual art competition was discussed last month, it was immediately jumped on as being questionable because of the political party involved. Instead of seeing it for what it was made a political issue. When the wording of a document was being slightly changed to be more concise, it also was immediately jumped on for its pronouns. I've always thought that having to write he or she was wordy and unnecessary. No, I was wrong to hope that politics would cease to cloud the board meetings. Following the Moms for Liberty agenda is unfortunately alive and well. I'm happy and thankful that the last millage vote was passed, but I was sad to see that many of the signs encouraging a yes vote were stolen. 2 pride flags stolen off a home in my subdivision and a swastika painted on a tree in a neighbor's yard. We all need to know that people who would do such things are living among us in this wonderful community. I live near the manufactured home park where the perpetrators of the plot to kidnap our governor lived. Yes, hate and bigotry are alive and well in Livingston County. I also would like to speak about the constant reading of Bible verses by a few members of the audience. Even though it is no one's business, I will mention that I am a Christian. I'm not sure if the speakers are trying to educate us, scare us, or convert us. But I find it offensive that one group's beliefs are being shared with the public in this setting. I'm sure there are agnostics, Jews, Christian Zionists, Jehovah's Witnesses, and others in the audience, and they should not have to be lectured to in this public setting. There's one last issue I'd like to address. I am all for increased safety in our school buildings, but putting armed guards at every building is not enough to keep our staff and students safe. I'm sure if you ask any teacher here, they will tell you that we desperately need counselors in every building to address the children who need these services. I'm convinced that a person with an AK-47 type weapon could kill every child on the playground before your armed guards could get out of the front door of the school. I wish the group who so strongly advocates for armed guards would put their energy toward advocating for school counselors and advocating at the state and national levels for the removal and outlawing of weapons of war. These are not needed by non-military personnel. They are only weapons of murder. I don't believe that religion or politics have a place at public school board meetings, but since I have seen so much of both, I felt compelled to speak. I hope future board meetings can handle the business of the district as it is intended to do. Thank you.
This is the greatest. Karen Gray.
I've lived and paid taxes in Heartland School District for 39 years. My 3 daughters graduated from Heartland with a quality education, thanks to dedicated teachers and administrators. My girls were encouraged to be curious and seek knowledge and learn critical thinking skills. This had such a positive impact on my oldest that she became a teacher so she could share the thirst for knowledge that she was encouraged to seek. I was active with my girls, volunteering in the classroom, being a Girl Scout leader for 10 years and spending 3 years as a board member on the Youth Athletic League. My running for election to the board was due to the inequity and lack of safety measures that I saw. The boys and girls paid the same fees, and the boys received all the new equipment, and the girls were handed the boys' old equipment. Coaches were spending hours on the field and in the gym, teaching them how to play sports and the importance of good sportsmanship, but with no safety training. I worked with the other board members to make changes, equity for the girls, code of conduct, and CPR and first training for the coaches. By working together, we accomplished a great deal for the benefit of the kids, because that's what it's about, is the kids. My point with this story is that by working together, much can be accomplished, but that's not what I'm seeing with this board, some parents and community members. I'm seeing a my way or the highway attitude and a lot of outside influence on some. Constant criticism of teachers and administrators with no realistic solutions on how to make improvements. Political agendas as a focus instead of budget and curriculum. Doxing and putting targets on the backs of parents and teachers who believe in inclusion. This is dangerous in our divisive times. Teachers spend a great deal of time and money to earn a degree and begin a career where they are underpaid, overworked, and at times disrespected, but they continue because it's about the kids. My daughter is still paying off her school debt 15 years later. I get tearful phone calls from her because some of the students have no food or winter coat or boots, and it breaks her heart. Some students are so focused on survival that they can't focus on learning. Teachers deal with so much more behind the scenes than most of us will ever see. Teachers rock and deserve our respect and support. My vision for Heartland Schools is for everyone to work together, agree to disagree when necessary, move on, and become a shining example for other districts on how to stop the division and create a wonderful learning environment for all students. Because again, it's about the kids. I'm willing to work to that end, and I hope others will join me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Gregg. Allison Pace.
Hello. I would like to thank the school board members who have had the best interests of our community and schools over the years. I hope the overwhelming majority of the millage vote by the people reaffirmed the community's trust and appreciation for you and showed that we don't need to use our children's education as leverage to keep Heartland the premier district it is. Our teachers have been harassed and have taken a proverbial beating with deliberate lies and misinformation of sexualizing and grooming our children. Sexualizing children refers to the process of portraying or treating children as sexual objects rather than as individuals with their own thoughts, feelings, and autonomy. We cannot become desensitized to these accusations that are so egregious and repulsive to anyone with an ounce of common sense or ability to think for themselves. Shame on the people who stoop so low in their attempt to gain power over our district for their own agenda. These people enjoy the attention and negative banter they receive by their hideous acts and outrageous comments online. The best way to deal with that behavior would be to ignore it from now on and concentrate on the work that needs to be done and the many positive things our district already has in place. I would like to call on others in the community to ignore these people so it will starve out the attention they seek and give our attention back to what's best for our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Pace. Don Schmidt.
Good evening. My name is Don Schmidt. I have 3 grandchildren who attend Heartland Schools. Thank you all for your time. The purpose of my presentation is to strongly encourage the board to improve security for our children in the district with armed personnel. I did read the HCS safety update and I really appreciate the work that the board's done to really move the needle on a multi-pronged approach to school security. During the last meeting, I made the following 3 points. I'll keep these short. I talked about mass killers, that they're on a killing suicide mission. They plan to die at the hands of a SWAT team, and they do not plan to survive. They plan their own targets, and in case after case, they've gone from one hardened target only to go to another soft target. They do not want to be stopped before completing their mission. They don't follow any laws. Gun-free zone stickers and entry doors to schools mean nothing to someone on a suicide mission. Gun-free and unprotected zones to a psychotic murderer are nothing more than killing zones. Several different stats, between 94 to 96% is reported of mass murders occur in gun-free zones. Just a few comments on opposing viewpoints to having armed personnel in our schools. I often hear the phrase, enough is enough, we have to do something. But doing the something needs to be a rational, logical step or steps that will, one, actually address the real root causes of these murders, and two, effect change that can be measured. When was the last time an unbiased, true root cause analysis of a mass murder was completed and shared with the public? Criminals and killers laugh at and do not respect meaningless gun control laws, as they will always have access to guns, vehicles, and other tools to do their dirty work. Some people are pointing to the Parkland and Uvalde school murders and the failed law enforcement responses as reasons for us not to have our own armed deterrence and response. Why would anyone want to take a defeatist attitude and gamble with our kids' lives because law enforcement in some other poorly managed district were not properly trained or didn't use the correct policies that were instituted following Columbine? I just don't understand this logic. There are reasons how leadership in the Broward County School District let the Parkland killer slip through the cracks. In Parkland, law enforcement responded to the future killer's home 43 times before the massacre. The FBI had 2 tips. Teachers complained many times, but were threatened with discipline by school administrators. Parkland students, parents, and teachers were victims of a system where school administrators were rewarded for not enforcing rules based on failed policies. And the sheriff's department didn't even enter the school to take on the killer. The list of failures goes on and on. In closing, if you want to learn more about Parkland, I encourage parents, teachers, and school administrators to read the book, Why Meadow Died by Andrew Pollack. My entire family and I encourage the board to financially support armed deterrence and protection in all Heartland schools for our children, teachers, and administrators. Please, let's do this sooner than later. Thank you all.
Thank you. Julie Ohashi.
Good evening. My name is Julie Ohashi, and I am a Heartland Schools parent, born and raised in Livingston County. I am also a teacher with a master's in education, and I am the president of the newly formed Livingston Integrity Organization, a nonpartisan group whose mission is to back important bonds and elect qualified leaders. I started Livingston Integrity because I know the views of the board members elected under the Clean Slate campaign members Gogolewski, Blondeel, and Keller are not shared by the majority of parent stakeholders in this district. Our group provides a way for those stakeholders to come together and organize to promote future candidates and issues that support our mission, which includes a commitment to the dignity of all individuals and families in our community. We launched the Livingston Integrity with the highly successful campaign to get out and vote in favor of the district's operating millage renewal. And I would like to personally thank everybody here tonight who worked hard to ensure that critical funding for our kids' education remains protected from those who would seek to use children as leverage, using their words. Standing up for families in Heartland has not come without a personal cost to me and my own family. Shortly after launching the Yes campaign, I was doxxed in a Facebook group that opposed the millage. My name and my personal photos, information on where I lived were shared among the group by an anonymous poster. And the next day I discovered a large swastika painted on a tree on the outskirts of my property. That red spot back there that you see, that's my kid's swing set, just behind those trees. They also tried to set this tree on fire, which is on the backside. My husband is one of the few racial minorities in our neighborhood, so we reported the incident to the FBI and it's being investigated as a federal hate crime. The Facebook doxing did not just affect my family. It resulted in other people having their employers contacted, harassing phone calls at their homes, supporters' businesses being attacked online, private background information being blasted, and so on. The online doxing is resulting in very real life intimidation tactics being played out. I point this out not to gain sympathy, but rather to state that these threats of violence, scare strategies, and attempts to intimidate will not stop those of us involved with Livingston integrity and what we stand for. In fact, it motivates us to go harder because it just clarifies exactly what's at stake in our community, and most importantly, for our kids and their future. It's one thing to have beliefs that the schools are not being run right, but what we saw during this millage renewal went way past that line. If there were any question before as to the credibility of these people, it is clear now they are not for our kids. Not one of the clean slate school board members responded yes when asked in emails from parents if they supported the millage. They are using our kids for their own political agenda. Moving forward, it is incumbent for us parents, educators, admin, and community members to find common ground whenever possible and work together in good faith in a way that recognizes the dignity and rights of every student in this district. If we do not, hate and intolerance will take root and replace inclusive values that we all wish for our children to learn, values like kindness, empathy, and understanding. It will damage our kids' ability to learn and thrive in our schools. We hope that more parents will stand with Livingston integrity as we move forward with our goal to protect kids from harmful agenda that seeks to defund their education and promote a cycle of hate. These attacks must stop, and it is going to take an entire community standing together to make that happen. We hope that you join us in this fight for a better future for our kids.
Thank you, Mrs. O'Patrick. Jeff Scott.
Good evening. I'd like to talk tonight about accountability because ultimately the 7 of you elected, that's your job, to provide accountability to the district, hold the superintendent accountable and hold each other accountable. Tonight, you're going to vote on a FOIA request pertaining to the same freedom of speech issue I've spoken about at this podium and sent emails to administrators and trustees for the last 6 months. For a trustee to administer a Facebook page using the district trademark logo and mascot is a clear violation of district policy. However, much more disturbing is to use the same page to potentially violate the First Amendment rights of members of this community. Deprivation of rights by a public official is a federal crime. Under federal law, there is no distinction between actions taken under a trustee's official lawful authority, or in this case, a trustee pretending to act in an official capacity. By pretending to act in an official capacity under the literal flag of Heartland Consolidated Schools, Trustee Shaw has opened herself to the district and state FOIA requirements, and the trustees must hold her accountable by granting my FOIA request so that members of this community can see how she has potentially moderated public debate and deprived community members of their constitutional rights. You must also hold her accountable to Robert's Rules of Order, which will require Trustee Shaw to recuse herself from the discussion and abstain from voting since she has an obvious conflict of interest. My second accountability item is to the superintendent, or actually the superintendent's accountability to this board. Over the past several months, the newly elected trustees have been diligently trying to improve public safety in the district, and I commend you for these actions. However, no one appears to hold Mr. Hughes accountable for upholding district school safety policies. Here's 3 clear violations of policy. Mr. Hughes has failed to produce reports outlining incidents of crime in the school as required by district policy and Michigan state law. Mr. Hughes has failed to notify Michigan State Police of incidents of crime occurring in the schools as required by district policy and Michigan state law. Mr. Hughes has failed to provide parents or the board with annually compiled incidents of crime by building as required by district policy and state law. I can go on. But how can you do your job if the lead administrator refuses to do part of his? Now, I don't know if you caught it in his report tonight, but there was a 60% increase in the number of teachers who didn't feel safe at school. 60%. And he stood up here and told you guys that was a good thing. I don't know what world a 60% increase in people not feeling safe at work is a good thing. There was also a 10% increase in bullying. We heard about incidents of bullying. So that means, by my calculations, there's only over 40 employees of this school district who don't feel safe coming to work. And that was before all these recent incidents that have occurred at farms and some of the other schools where teachers are being physically assaulted. So I think you need to talk about that. You need to think about that. Trustee Glaybach, thank you for what you've introduced tonight, or what you're hopefully going to introduce in regards to resource officers. If that passes, you are going to be a hero to the kids and the teachers who are currently afraid to come to school. So thank you all, and I hope to see that we're going to have some resource officers in the schools. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. The next part, I am going to read the name that is on there, but I am going to have to ask that my new speaker does come up, that they at least give us their first name on this one. The card name reads Ambassador for Christ. So I'm going to ask whatever that speaker may be, that I would at least, I think the board is supposed to know a first name, I would hope.
In answer to that, this is not my 3 minutes. It was because there was Cinderella cockroach last month.
Oh, yeah.
So I thought, okay, because I always put my name down. Don't
You
I?
always-
Right, I do. So I just thought I'll be an ambassador for Christ.
Thank you, Barbara.
Okay, that's scripture. I wrote the scripture down.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. I'm ready. Educational conversation. The indoctrination in schools to reach young minds and mass produce, that's a business term, them into something that will meet the agenda of the NEA and all its sanger's, including Margaret Sanger's Planned Parenthood organization. Began first with the false interpretation of separation of church and state in the Bill of Rights First Amendment. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, which I explained last month. And I guess some people didn't really pay attention to what I was teaching. That was somebody's comment. Secondly, squelching anything Christian, which is not a religion, but a relationship with Jesus Christ. Using whatever means necessary on constitutional laws, organizations like the NAACP, ACLU, etc., and lawsuits in order to get the God of the Bible out of the United States of America's lives. Which, of course, if anybody knows their history, we are a Judeo-Christian country, republic, from the very beginning of our founding. Otherwise, we're gone. Thirdly, removal of public prayer, Christian holidays, which are holy days, and symbols such as the cross and the Ten Commandments, which shows right from wrong. And I've always encouraged that we need the Ten Commandments, not your 3 R's, because the Ten Commandments will include those 3 R's. And in regards to fourthly, distorting and perverting the original meaning of God's words, the covenant rainbow with his creation, marriage union between one man and one woman, which I also explained in previous meetings over the last year. And you were talking about the item coming up about the rainbow stickers. Well, I'll give some bookmarks for 10 Commandments, which I did purchase some for children. Or what about cross stickers? And if you're going to talk about the rainbow, you need to tell the original reason for the rainbow.
Fifthly, teaching only evolutionary theory as a codified science and taking intelligent design creationism out of schools. Sixth, lastly, using Darwinism theory for promoting racism, which was used by Hitler, and we all know the story of that, I hope. And CRT to shame whites and oppress blacks, transgender and DEI to confuse those with mental health issues. And whatever ideology is coming down the slippery slope of lies from the father of lies, Satan. Lastly, every person has become stupid and a bully without knowledge of God. That's Jeremiah 51:17, not my words. So lastly, it is also imperative to put children first by teaching them even while in the womb, because they can hear what's going on. From the God-inspired Bible, wake up to the truth. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me, John 14:6. Thank you very much.
Hi, I want to thank everyone who came out and voted on Tuesday. As we know, the millage passed with 76.58% yes votes. And we've had an amazing voter turnout of 22.3% of registered voters. With that figure in mind, here's a funny little story. The people on the right love to talk about the importance of reading, writing, and math. So it's quite surprising that the very same group of people claimed that, quote, only 4%, unquote, voted. Whether it's relative to registered voters or to people who voted in 2022, this figure is wrong. It was 22.3% that voted. Now, I'm not sure where this number came from, but I think what happened is that someone forgot a pair of parentheses. Either that or some people are being untruthful. So yeah, if anyone needs to learn the basics of reading, writing, and math, it's those people. Sloppy math aside, during the last school board meeting, one of the discussion items involved updating the language of some of the policies for the schools. Among these changes was a couple of updates to say their rather than his or her. And to the surprise of absolutely no one, some people on this school board threw a little hissy fit because it didn't align with their beliefs. I hate to break it to you, Mrs. Blondale, but we do not live in a fairy tale world where we can fit every kid into a neat little binary. And as Superintendent Chuck Hughes pointed out last month, some students use pronouns other than he or she, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about that. So you can sit there and complain about rainbow stickers and pronouns, but they are merely representative of the real world we're supposed to be preparing kids for. Now, for those of you who are one of those people who hate wokeness, I have something for you as well. Anyone who dislikes this change needs to get his or her head screwed on straight because he or she is getting his or her outrage from his or her hatred of anything woke, and it makes him or her mad when it is simply less wordy and more clear. And he or she probably wouldn't have noticed if the policy was originally written with they. So yeah, please keep this in mind. And one last thing I want to ask, the yellow cards, are they being shuffled? Because if not, they should be, because I see people kind of like gaming the system back there, you know, trying to like put in like a whole bunch of cards all at once. So I would like to know about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Alan. Corey Charbonnet.
You were close. It was Charbonneau. Everyone gets it wrong. It's okay. I really wanted to come here tonight to thank Heartland Consolidated Schools. Thank you for your communication to the community during this millage election. The question and answer that Mr. Hughes held was an effective way of understanding how school funding works. And I love that he had the children, the high school children helping him with that. It really gets them involved in understanding how schools are funded and how things work around here. As a community member, I'm thrilled that our schools will be fully funded. I want to say a huge thank you to everyone who helped pass this millage. I'm the vice president of Livingston Integrity, and I want everyone to know that we're a community-based group made up of people who want to make sure that the community works for everyone. Every community member has a vested interest in making sure our schools are funded properly. We showed up in bad weather on election day. It was pretty miserable. And we showed up where everyone could see us because we care about our kids. But anti-Heartland people kind of align themselves with the nameless, faceless group who are not a part of the community. They don't have a stake in the potential negative repercussions of failing a millage, especially with their property values. Anti-Heartland had an agenda that had nothing to do with kids, but it had everything to do with defunding our schools for their own political gain. Numerous Livingston County GOP leaders inserted themselves into a nonpartisan race as a tactic to get people to vote no for their own political gain. The anti-Heartland supporters maligned the millage to make it seem like it was tied to a political cause. They said it was leverage. I have no desire anymore to come up and talk about this with you ever again. What I really want to say is that I want to wish our teachers a happy Teacher Appreciation Week. You deserve it. All the teachers in this community deserve that. This district would not be what it is without you. I also want to give a shout out to the Heartland Robotics Program. My daughter has been a part of this program now for 3 years, and the programming could not happen without the leadership of teachers and administration and their commitment to growing the program, and also the volunteers. And the robotics open house is this week, and my daughter is so excited to finally be using the new robotics room recently built with the 2020 bond funds. The program for the younger kids has been held in the portables at farms, so this is moving to the big leagues for her, and she's really, really excited. So thank you to Heartland for growing that community, for growing that program. As a farms parent, I would also like to thank Heartland Consolidated Schools for doing their due diligence with the FERPA investigation. I am truly happy that nothing was found out. Very happy that nothing was found out. I'm grateful for that. And I think that we need to move the community forward with normalcy and positivity for our students. We need to put the needs of every single student ahead of our own values and ideologies. We need to see every child as the gift they are and help them be successful. Let's get back to the business of providing a quality education all instead of engaging in culture wars. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So what is the call to the public? Item 1F, board reports and requests. Mr. Gobleski.
Thank you, Mr. Costa. First of all, I do want to bring up 2 items that were just great things about the district. First, if anyone saw the production of Fiddler on the Roof, that was phenomenal. That was incredible. That was the best amateur play I've ever seen. Another thing too, it was just mentioned about the Heartland Robotics team. There was some success with one of our teams going to Houston to compete. That is incredible. That's just phenomenal. I love to hear about things like that, and I cannot tell you how important I think programs like that are. Next, I would like to talk a little bit about a subject that is going to be talked about as a policy change, although I don't want to talk about the policy change right now. There were several emails that I received. When I say several, that's a gross understatement. Many emails I received regarding the placement of certain tags and stickers that do not reflect all of the students in Heartland. And to that, I want you to know that you've been heard, and I have some big concerns about that, which we'll voice in a little bit. So with that, I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Gogleski. Mrs. Shaw.
Thank you. I can't think of a better way to celebrate Teacher Appreciation Week, although I know some schools celebrated last week. Some of us are celebrating this week, but can't think of a better way to celebrate Teacher Appreciation Week with the community's vote to show our appreciation for our teachers and our school district. So thank you everyone who got out and voted. Last thing that I have is the Partners in Progress are working on a new event called Heartland Art Walk. And you can find out details on the Heartland Living website. There are also scholarships available for our Heartland students. And it is open also to other members of the public, but we're really trying to make sure we get our students. Because this artwork will be displayed around buildings in the district, including this building and some of our other buildings, including Imagine and Meyer. So we want to make sure we get student buy-in. So check out heartlandliving.com and how to enter your art. That's it.
Thank you, Mrs. Shaw. Mrs. Coleman.
First, I wanted to thank all those in the community that got out to vote or sent your vote in and voted yes for the millage. The sheer number of voters and the amount of support expressed in the community were remarkable. I thank you for your support thank you for supporting our district and voting yes for our kids. And I'm so very thankful that we can maintain our budget to continue to provide all the great programs that we do for our kids now. Since this will be the last board meeting before the end of the school year, and now that our standardized testing is almost done, I just wanted to say thank you to all of our building administrators, to our teachers for all your hard work this year. It's been a great year and you put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into it. So we appreciate you and appreciate all that you've done this year. I hope that you all are able to recharge and enjoy some much earned downtime this summer. I also wanted to add that I am the board's liaison to the senior center. And I've been able to join a couple of their board meetings and learn more about all the things that they do on a shoestring budget. And it's remarkable. There are 5 or 6 senior centers in the whole county, and we put on the most programs, I think, out of any of the other centers. They do a lot of great things. And I'm pretty excited. I'm actually going to get to be a judge for a spelling bee next month. So it's really a joy to be able to get to know some of these people and to get to know Kim Konarski a whole lot better too. She's amazing with what she can do with such a small budget. Lastly, as our school year wraps up, I just love to see my calendar fill up with all the year-end activities. So I thank you again, Renee, for giving us this sheet at our last meeting. And I'm looking forward to Decision Day, which I think is next week at the high school. Can't wait. And the senior walk, those are 2 of my favorite activities. Of course, they're right in my list right after seeing everybody's prom pictures on social media. That was great. I've heard great things. So congratulations to Kate and to her team for putting on such a great prom. I thank you for all of the things that you and your team do, especially to help make everything so memorable for our seniors in their last few weeks. It's a whole lot for me to look forward to. I can't imagine how excited they all are. And I'm looking forward to seeing everybody at graduation. Thanks.
Thank you, Mrs. Coleman. Mrs. Blaylock.
Right. First, I just want to congratulate Mr. Bumpert on quite a successful career in the district. I've had the opportunity to have one of my kiddos with him. And, you know, Mrs. Garber had mentioned how he truly goes above and beyond and he enjoys watching the kids even after school. And I think there was probably not a wrestling match that he did not attend and cheer on those boys. And so we certainly appreciate that, and we appreciate what you've given to this community and what you've given to this district.
Also, congratulations to our teacher and support person of the year. Thank you for coming to a board meeting to be recognized. I get the wonderful opportunity to work with Ms. Gail quite frequently. And so that's super awesome that you guys are able to come and represent our district and represent the good work that's happening throughout the district. Congrats to all the teachers, staff, administrators, and almost successfully completing the school year. We're so close. And I just want to give kudos to all of you. I know it's been a tough year with unique and different challenges. And I think that I appreciate each and every one of you. I appreciate what you do, and certainly appreciate what you've given my family in this district. I do want to also congratulate, there's several movements, and Mr. Hughes had sent it out in a weekly update, but with Mr. Pumford's retirement and several other cascading impacts, some of our administrators are getting the opportunity to continue to develop their career, and I'm super excited for that. I'm super excited for a lot of those movements and to see people in new spaces and to really challenge themselves with new student populations. So that's super awesome to see. Certainly as the district's looking to continue to development our staff and our teachers and our administration. I also want to note that we did indeed receive the teacher and staff evaluation survey, and so your voices have been also heard. And I know that I had also seen a scan in of some current action plans that are going to be taking place around some of that feedback. And I think that we as a board probably need to understand what our action plan might be more visible and develop closer relationships with those that are boots on the ground. So your voices have been heard, and thank you for participating in that. I want to thank the community certainly for passing the millage. You know, as I was leading up to the election with Rachel and just trying to understand where our budget is and where we can push and where we can pull and where we're trying to make improvements from a security standpoint. Those dollars are very important. And I think it hits close to home when you're talking about our family and our friends who staff this district and who help to make it function the way it does. So certainly appreciate that, and certainly appreciate the community support continuing. Chuck had mentioned that we're operationalizing the Raptor software. Parents, please be a little bit patient at the beginning of the year. Those first time ID scans are going to take a couple more minutes than subsequent times, and so I get it. People are trying to quickly get their kids in and out or quickly drop off, but please be patient and remember that it's all part of a much larger plan to improve the safety of our buildings. And I want to briefly touch on one thing because I was quite appalled actually. It's really upsetting to see anyone in this community, quite frankly. I don't care what you believe in or what you come to the table with, but to see property that's been damaged, to see that in our community is really heartbreaking. It's really heartbreaking because that's not the community I know. That's not the community that certainly my family has decided to plant roots in. And I think that there's an opportunity to certainly improve upon that. And quite frankly, it's quite disgusting. Aside from that, happy end of the year, happy Teacher Appreciation, and I think we just had administrative personnel appreciation. So thank you for all of that. That's the end of my report.
Thank you, Mrs. Clayback. Mr. Keller.
Okay, thanks. I just want to acknowledge the Teacher Appreciation Week. Thank you, teachers and staff, for everything you guys do for the district and the kids and working with the parents. Also want to congratulate Mr. Pumford on his retirement. Had the opportunity as a parent to, my daughter was at Creekside for kindergarten and first grade, so we got to work with you hand in hand. So I appreciate your service to the community, and we'll definitely will miss you. Best of luck and enjoy the grandkids. Also want to acknowledge Teacher of the Year, Support Person of the Year. Always good to hear some of the great things that are happening with the staff here. So again, shout out to you both. And then to the community, also thank you for voting in the village. we will ensure that we are good stewards of the money you are entrusting us with, so thank you for that. Wanted to kind of let the fellow members of the board know that I did have an opportunity to go and visit Brighton High School, toured it with a fellow school board member. We checked out their STEM labs, a machine shop, auto center, a lot of the different services and things that they do offer, which Heartland does as well. It was also refreshing, you know, just kind of as seeing the environment that the existing school board that Brighton had, just kind of friendly conversations with staff and, you know, people waving, and it was very, I'll say there was a very good rapport that you could tell between the school board and administration, students and staff. So hopefully that's something that as a group we can all kind of work towards. And then also just kind of piggybacking on the Raptor. My first interaction going there was actually utilizing the Raptor system, and I will say it's very easy. You just drop your driver's license in the slot, and it takes about a minute if it's the first time you've been there, and then it comes up. And I think subsequent visits, I think it's going to be shorter. And if you go to high school next time and middle school the following time, it keeps your data in the system. So I think the parents and the staff and students, it'll be a welcomed addition to the district. So I'm appreciative that we were able to pull the trigger on getting that system implemented. On the Health and Safety Committee, was able to participate in that, as Mr. Hughes mentioned, the end of April with a couple of their school board members and fellow staff, admin, and resource officers. I thought it was a good meeting, started the dialogue, and I think at the end, Mr. Hughes was asked to put together kind of our standard form for all of our existing committees. So I'm looking forward to kind of seeing what that looks like going forward and having additional future meetings. Some other items, I guess, some concerns that I just wanted to voice here in this meeting. And it was about some video footage. And so there was a parent who reached out to me about an incident that occurred. And I'm not going to get into the details of what that incident was or where, any of that. That's all private information. But as a school board member who went through all the proper channels and felt compelled to reach out to the board as kind of a final appeal for an incident that they didn't feel was handled to their satisfaction. So typically board members wouldn't go and view video footage at a school. We have staff that takes care of that. But in an attempt to try to smooth things over between the district and the parent, I did ask that parent if they would be sad, if my viewing the footage would be to their satisfaction with whatever outcome that I was able to relay back to them. And essentially, I was denied that right. And I feel it was very unfortunate that I was not able to help intervene in a situation. In fact, I was told, and I quote, "Perhaps we need to spend time together to talk about your insistence on inserting yourself into daily operations." And I think that's a pretty unfortunate comment to make to a school board member who, again, is trying to act as I'll say a mediator between the district and the parents and the community that we serve. So I would like to, appeal to the board to, I guess, I don't know if this is first precedent of something like this happening, but I think as a board, we need to, if one of you gets involved with something, I'm gonna definitely respect your right to get involved. And so I'm asking as a board if we can take that under consideration, again, to try to help resolve a situation. And so kind of with that leads into my next, I'll say, concern, which is that in an effort to try to understand, okay, am I overstepping my rights as a school board member? So I've tried to reach out to the the district's legal representation called, left a voicemail, and I never got a call back, and instead I heard back from the superintendent, and again, the reasoning was that I needed to go through the superintendent if I want to have a conversation with our legal team. And again, I understand that maybe previous precedent didn't care to do it that way, but you know, as a board member, I think it's important that you know, we all have access to our legal firm that the community pays for and that we are here to represent. So and I think there's a policy 0172 that talks about the Board of Education may employ an attorney to represent the school district or board in actions brought for or against the district and to render other legal services for the welfare of the school district. So again, I think our policy, there's nothing that says I can't reach out. So I asking for the board's support with a request to reach out to the attorney. I would certainly do so in kind if you ever wish to speak to our attorneys. And then I guess just the last thing, look forward to the discussion that kind of has been surfacing, especially in emails from members of the community, and as we heard at various calls to public, and that's with the safe space stickers. I'm eager to hear what Mr. Goloweski is recommending. So with that ends my board report.
Thank you, Mr. Keller. Mrs. Blondell.
Thank you. Okay, so I want to thank all the teachers and staff for a successful year this year and a successful prom. I know that's probably like herding cats, and kids are all excited. They're in dresses and running around and they're graduating. So congratulations to that. I just want to address a couple of items. Now, I know that it's difficult for us up here to hear parents and citizens who are saying that we feel this way or we feel that way, putting words in our mouths, you know, not truly understanding what we're doing is to benefit the children. So I'm going to reiterate some things that we've been here for 4 months, I think, and people are I guess they're calling us clean slate. That's because that was our tagline during the election. But we act individually. We don't always agree on everything. But what we are here for is because our voices were not heard. And when we were elected under the premise of education, not indoctrination. And those are very strong words. And also safety. Safety was a #1 priority for us. We were elected because those are the things we stand for. If we question people, maybe it's not always the nicest of questioning or the way that we present things, but questioning somebody doesn't mean that it's being disrespectful. Maybe it's to seek answer. That, you know, I have changed my opinion on certain things that, you know, I once had an opinion on. I'm not ashamed of saying that. When I find out more information, I am able to change my mind on certain things. One of the things that I will not change my mind on is anything that does not include all students, anything that I believe is divisive, I will not support that. So I asked for people to give us a chance. We've been here 3 or 4 months. I think the question was a little unfair since we haven't even had an opportunity to really show what our I guess people are calling an agenda. It's not a political agenda. It's an agenda to protect children from the real agendas. It's our effort to get in front of children because we know that our children are under attack in very, very many ways. And it's not by teachers, it's not by an administration. I think it's like just an overall sense of, okay, let me change that trajectory because I wasn't headed the right, I don't want to head that way. But, you know, we don't blame teachers. And we continue to say we don't blame teachers. I would like one person to bring up anything I've ever said that's blaming a teacher for something. I've always been supportive. I've always, when my kids were in this district, which I love Heartland. I've lived here 22 years. I've devoted a lot of time and energy. My family has. I have a true love for Heartland, and that's never wavered. In fact, I look at this and I think I'm not doing enough. So I'm going to try. So with that said, I just want people to give us a chance and to really understand what we're doing, not listen to other people say what they think we're doing. Just watch our actions. Also, a speaker, I want to address some of the speakers. Pesticides. Andrew Claypool brought up pesticides and that his child had a reaction. I have a visceral reaction to that because I know it's proven that Monsanto and those types of pesticides have been proven to cause cancer. I'm not sure why we would, even allow one kid to have any kind of reaction, but it sounds like several kids did. But I do want to encourage us to not do another application if there's going to be multiple applications, and to look into something maybe a little more natural, so that we're not putting children in harm's way. That's very important to understand their health. Again, I just want to say questioning things does not equal disrespect. And then, another message that I keep hearing is that, I do know teachers go above and beyond because students are looking for things, right? Like they need help. That's going to be part of the discussion on the rainbow flags, because it's not about LGBTQ community. It's about representing all students and all children. And I think that we need to engage parents. We need to do a better job of engaging parents instead of throwing up our hands and saying, parents aren't doing a great job, so teachers have to step in. It's got to be exhausting for teachers and heartbreaking when they can't help. So I'd like to see, methods and engaging parents with the district. Also, I talked to Mr. Huber, what LESA can do about this, but I really want to see what we can do as a district to address the fact that 600,000 children, it's 600,000 children every year in the United States disappear. That's the equivalent of 175 elementary schools. You don't hear anything about it, and it's a fact. And I feel like our children, a lot of those children are trafficked. We need to educate the community and our children about the dangers and what to look for. So I'd like to see something be implemented at our district, so that we can educate people on that, because boy, that's the real issue in our country. I hope that the speaker that had the issue with the swastika on her tree, I hope that you find out who did that. I do not condone anything. I don't know anybody that would do that. That's terrible, and I'm so sorry that you're going through that. And I'd like to know the outcome of that investigation, to see if there was anybody in this community, because I know that outsiders from the community are coming in and putting their 2 cents into our community when they don't even live here. I support the Constitution wholeheartedly, freedom of speech. And I believe that the Constitution is something that we need to look to more and more, because there's laws after laws after laws, but nothing usurps the Constitution or the freedom of speech. I want to, I'll give another update, but Greg and Glenn and I met with an amazing group, or what we feel is an amazing group that can provide security. And soon the other board members are going to meet with them as well. And they used Oxford Schools director of security as one of their references. So I called him and had an hour and 45-minute call that was filled with information that I can go into when we start talking about the safety committee. But yeah, we don't want to be in their position. And this gentleman was, I could barely get off the phone with him and I would get a game. Like I was like, okay. And he would have talked forever because he's that passionate about it. So I got a lot of good tips, but basically he just, he was saying that, there's a lot of important things that we can do to protect our students. And that's what I'm looking forward to doing. I'm very excited about that. And with that, we have heard everything that everybody says. Again, I was a parent standing up at this podium talking about masking and contact tracing and quarantining. I was not, and I think that's coming true now. A lot of parents did say that all of that COVID stuff was wrong. was asinine and nobody listened to us. And I will listen to the community. So continue to write us, whether you think I'm gonna listen or not, we are listening and we are trying to protect all students. We will protect all students in this district. That is the goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Galantia. I have a few things. First off, I do want to thank everyone that came up to the call of the public. I appreciate the way you were civil and respectful about your concerns you shared. So I truly appreciate it. I think they're reminded what the board does as well. A couple other things I just want to hit on before I talk about some of the things I had written down. In regards to our Board of Education and the legal process, if we wanted to speak to the law firm that represents our district, there's a practice in place which simply involves contacting Mr. Hughes and making that phone call here at central office with some type of administrator. So we do have that ability. I just want to make sure everybody's clear on that. Other things that I mentioned or I heard from the call to the public, and some of my board members already mentioned this, that vile act of vandalism is disgusting and just disheartening and disappointing to say the least. I wish I could say more. Now, one other thing I did want to mention also about the cards. I did it random. I thought it worked out well. I think it does just kind of just put together that mix of choice. I'll just shuffle them up just like we're going to play some cards. So going forward, that will be the tone for the call to the public. Jumping back to what I initially had written down. Oh, the timer. I guess with the people who did come speak to the call to the public, did that seem to be better where it was yeah, I know some people want a little longer, but at least I think people felt like they could take their final minute or two. Okay, great. We're gonna go there. That's the whole point. I didn't want to cut anybody off because I thought, again, you're up here. You deserve your time. A big thank you to the community who came out to support the millage. I do appreciate you putting Heartland kids first. I also want to thank our students, wishing them the best of luck for the end of the school year. 3 weeks away, it's amazing. And then in honor of Teacher Appreciation Month, I do want to thank our teachers. I've got a few things written down. Thank you for making a difference in each of our students every day. Thank you for all you do, including motivating, inspiring, and nurturing our future leaders. Thank you for supporting our students academically and emotionally. Thank you for embracing the diverse learning needs of all of our students. Thank you for building positive, rewarding relationships with your students. I want you to know that I personally respect the work you do, the effort, the time, the training, the expertise, and the love that you pour into teaching our students. Heartland students are very fortunate to have all of you as such dedicated teachers. And I wish all of you the best as well with your remaining 3 weeks. So with that, I am all set. Item 2A, payment of invoices.
I move that the Board of Education, upon the recommendation of the Chief Financial Officer, approves the financial report as of April 30th, 2023. And the payment of invoices totaling $2,342,545.24 and payroll obligations totaling $3,749,314.05. Second.
Motion by Mrs. Coleman, support by Mrs. Glaylock. Any discussion?
I have a question about the invoices. There was an invoice from the Through Law Firm, and I'm wondering, was that any of that, or how much of that was for the FERPA investigation?
I guess I just defer that to Mr. Hughes. You could maybe speak to Rachel.
I don't have the invoice in front of me, so I can't speak to that directly, but we have had, we're dealing with a unit clarification with one of our bargaining units, and that's required a lot of legal time and effort. And I believe the majority of that invoice was related to that, just off the top of my head. But as to what portion was the violation, if any, I'm not certain.
Okay. Are we going to get billed directly from Through for that, or does that come through the Ellen Law Group?
That'll come directly from the Allen Law Group.
Will it? Okay. And is there any indication of personnel cost that has had, you may not know this off the top of your head, it may not be fair to ask you this, but down the road, I would like some information on the cost of personnel for that FERPA investigation.
Meaning like hours that districts
administration had spent in the investigation?
I'm not even going that far. I'm just saying, for the payment of someone who was, put on administrative leave and then for the replacement for that individual.
Yeah,
So-
I can't answer that off the top. of my
Yeah.
head.
Okay. Because I do know, and I can only imagine when that bill comes in, it's gonna be quite large. And it's unfortunate that that was due to, selective hearing and a political agenda, but nonetheless, it's, gonna be interesting to see what that final tally is. Thank you.
Hearing no more discussion? Mr. Gobleski,
Yes.
Mrs. Shaw,
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman,
Yes.
Mrs. Claybaugh,
Yes.
Mr. Keller,
Yes.
Mrs. Bondiel.
Yes.
I'm a yes, that motion carries. Item 2B, change school board meeting schedule.
The Board of Education, upon the recommendation of the board president, changed the June Board of Education meeting times from 8 AM to 6:30 PM.
Motion by Mrs. Shaw. Okay, support by Mrs. Coleman. Discussion, I can just speak to real quick if anyone else wants to jump in, but like I mentioned before in the past, this used to be done just in the mornings and the summers. It's always been that way, but I recognizing that obviously our board members and the public, that would make it difficult. I for one, I'm fine with it. Anybody else wanted to speak to that matter, I think?
Yeah, I guess just general, we did talk last time about adding July, which I see is listed as tentative, so could we just to close the loop, can we move to include July in the motion?
I know
So we
that
amend the motion to include,
in,
to add the words and July.
I don't want to speak beyond clarifying, but I believe our July meetings technically are not set in stone as we still have to make that organizational meeting. Like when we have our June meeting, so my understanding is going forward, we would do that. Mr. Hughes, if you want to clarify, technically the July meeting is in. That's correct, we have not had our organizational meeting to confirm that is it, correct? Is it confirmed that that's the date? I mean, it's our tentative date. So Mr. Hughes, I guess.
Would you like me to speak?
I would just, yeah, on behalf of like, I'm just trying to get clarification, because my representation would be, yes, we would have at that time, but I believe. We have to have our organizational meeting to set the dates, to then say going forward, these are our meeting times. Right,
I think, since you asked my opinion, I think that I would say that you could easily say that, change the June board meetings to 6:30 and confirm July date as presented. If you're okay with that. I think you-
I'm okay with that, I was just making sure we weren't going beyond like the organizational
No,
duties of that meeting.
that will be the organizational meeting.
Okay. So Renee, did you get that additional change?
Yeah.
We've got it done, okay. Great, with that said, any more discussion?
So what is the actual?
It's gonna be, the motion is gonna be, the Board of Education upon the recommendation of the board president changes the June Board of Education meeting dates. Times from 8 AM to 6:30 PM, including the July. Organizational meeting as presented.
So it's just the actual date that's not known for July. Is that what I'm understanding?
Right there.
It was on the handout that we had last.
Yes, we do.
We have the date.
Yeah.
So then I guess I'm confused as far as what could change.
We still have to have the actual organizational meeting to confirm it, but we're voting right now, I believe in what you want. I believe you wanted the July meeting date to be set for 6:30, is that not correct?
That's correct.
That's what we're voting on.
That's good.
Fine, the date's already set. Okay. Mr. Gobleski,
Yes.
Mrs. Shaw,
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman,
Yes.
Mr. Mr. Claybaugh.
Yes.
Mr. Keller,
Yes.
Ms. Blondie.
Yes.
I am also a yes, that motion carries. Item 2C, kitchen equipment purchase.
I recommend that the Board of Education, upon the recommendation of the superintendent and the chief financial officer, approve the kitchen equipment purchase as presented.
Second.
Motion by Mrs. Clayback, supported by Mrs. Blondeel. Discussion. Mr. Hughes, you want to speak to the purchase anyway, the last discussion item?
No, this is just, again, you know, stuff that we need to purchase for our kitchen and, if I'm not mistaken, Rachel, most of this will be covered by food services.
It's all funded by the food service fund, yes.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Gobleski,
Yes.
Mrs. Shaw,
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman,
Yes.
Mrs. Clayback. Mr. Keller,
Yes.
Mrs. Blondeel.
Yes.
I am also a yes, that motion carries. Item 2D, LESA budget 2023-24.
I move that the Board of Education, upon the recommendation of the superintendent, approves the LESA 2023-24 budget as presented.
Support.
Motion by Mrs. Coleman, supported by Mrs. Clayback. Discussion. Hearing none, Mr. Gobleski,
Yes.
Mrs. Shaw,
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman,
Yes.
Mrs. Clayback.
Yes.
Mr. Keller,
Yes.
Mrs. Blondeel.
Yes.
I'm a supplement, yes, that motion carries. Item 2E, new and revised policies. Looks like we have 12 of them.
I move that the Board of Education, upon recommendation of the superintendent, adopts revised policy 2623, student assessment as presented.
Motion by Mrs. Shaw, support by Mrs. Coleman. Discussion.
I reviewed this one and I feel comfortable with the changes that have been proposed.
I also looked it over and I feel comfortable with the changes. Any other discussion?
I'm sorry, I don't have them in front of me, but I took notes. Is this one that is missing like legal guardian? Because it seems that it's pretty open-ended that who can. Am I on the wrong one? Sorry, I can't comment. I guess I'm mistaken on which policy this is.
Mr.
I have a quick comment. There is one line item in this policy, and there are other policies where this is being proposed that there's a change to his, her to the students. And may as well get this out of the way right now. A lot of the changes in many of these policies, I do not have an objection to, except for this one item.
Any other discussion?
I mean, we all know I agree with that. I don't want to see pronouns changed. I just don't think it's necessary. And we need to protect certain traditional ways of writing things, and a lot of the other policies I looked at have he, she, they're still in there. There's just no reason to change them. So
Yeah.
like Glenn said, I'm okay with the changes. I just am opposed to changing pronouns, and I stated last time I would vote no because of it. So it's still in there, so.
Okay. I real quick just wanted to add that, I'm sorry, Mrs. Coleman. I was just gonna say, because the policies around student assessment, it goes on just at length about what this regards to students and assessment here in Heartland. And the simple change would be like what the board members have mentioned, they're replacing his or her with the student, which to me makes sense because it is the student that is taking the step and the ACT and the SAT and the merit exam. So just to clarify. Mrs. Coleman?
That's exactly what I was gonna say. In this case, it's not one of those where we're replacing he and she with they to a more generic pronoun. It's, in this case, it's more specific to the student.
Hearing no other discussion?
Yeah, that would be one case of it. But again, we know that there are things going on that, some of us don't like, many of the parents. So I will protect the sanctity of, that, and I understand you guys see it differently than I do. But again, I said I didn't want to vote for anything changing pronouns, so thank you.
Yeah, I don't want to see any dilution of gender, so I'd like to keep it his, her.
I know I've already spoken, so I'll just speak one more time. Again, I see it as this is a policy about student assessment and in my opinion, it should say the student. Like it should say the student. I know like later on, we have a policy regarding multiple, I believe, employees here were replacing like every single possible employee we have here with the individual, which makes sense to me, but we can get to that matter in a second. So I know this is my second time speaking, so I'll move on with that, but I feel the student is appropriate. Mr. Gobleski?
Before we vote, as I mentioned before, this is a subject that is kind of running through many of the proposed changes to the policies. And as far as the student assessment policy change for what it's for, I don't have a problem with it, but I do have an issue with the one line.
Right, Mr. Gobleski, your vote.
No.
Mrs. Shaw,
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman,
Yes.
Mrs. Blaylock,
Yes.
Mr. Keller.
No.
Splendid.
No.
I am a yes, that motion carries 4-3. Next policy.
I recommend that the Board of Education, upon the recommendation of the superintendent, adopts revised board policy 6325 procurement, federal grants, funds as presented.
Motion by Mrs. Shaw, support by Mrs. Blaylock. Any discussion? Hearing none? It's just, oh, I'm sorry.
With the addition of the, when required, because we're not required for everything.
Right. Mr. Gobleski,
Yes.
Mrs. Shaw,
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman,
Yes.
Mrs. Blaylock,
Yes.
Mr. Keller,
Yes.
Mrs. Blondeel,
Yes.
I myself will yes, that motion carries 7-0. Next policy.
I move that the Board of Education, upon the recommendation of the superintendent, adopts revised policy 8390 animals on district property as presented.
Support.
Motion by Mrs. Coleman, support by Mrs. Shaw. I know at the last meeting we had discussion to clarify that this wasn't going to somehow in any way, shape, or form not allow our service dogs and therapy dogs to be part of this. And I think Mr. Hughes reiterated that this was more in line to make sure that they did. And I thought that was brought up. Any other discussion now?
Yeah, I agree. I had somebody review it that has a stake in it and she's fine with it. The only thing I would object to is changing of the pronouns in this one. So if we take that out, I'll approve it.
This is an example where the suggested change includes going from he, she to they, or there, or some form of that. Would it be more acceptable if it were to change depending on the context of the sentence, if it's the student, the individual? I think those are the only two cases.
I would just leave it as is. I don't see any clarifying need.
Agreed.
Good, just for the public, because I know that this went on the last board packets and it didn't come to this one. For example, it's the student and their parents shall be informed of behaviors that result in it or referring to something about privileges with an animal. And there's another one that talks about transportation of the animal, it talks about the student and their parents. So, I mean, I see the changes. I personally don't see how it reflects the overall importance of updating this policy, so I personally think it's fine as is, but I can understand your point, Mrs. Blondeel. Hearing no more discussion.
I guess, yeah, just a quick comment. I would also agree, no issues with most of the language, just on the pronoun piece, prefer to just leave it his, her, and go forward with the rest of the changes. So if we can amend this document to just leave those as they are, and the rest of the policy would stay the same. Or excuse me, incorporate the changes.
Would be requesting, are you requesting to also, the use of the word handler is interchangeable in here? but is reflected in the sentence to the actual handler because it's used previously. And so that's one that I guess would need clarification. If it's relative to the same sentence before, that's what I'm saying. If we use the word handler in sentence number 1,
Right.
you use the word handler in sentence number 2, you know what I'm saying? And that was the original language. In the first sentence. We pay Neola, right, to provide us legal changes, updates, guidance on what we should update our I don't see any reason why we shouldn't adopt this one as is. That's their recommendation. That's what we pay them for. That's what they advise us to do.
It is true that Neola is the district's, I guess, law firm that would provide updates to our policies to keep them in line. If that's what your question is, that is what they do. And this is their recommendation.
No, they're changing their own policies, right? So they're updating their own policies. Do we pay them to update their own policies? Like, because it was written in there before, now we're changing it.
My understanding, I don't work for them, but my understanding, if Mr. Hughes wants to speak after I do, but my understanding would be that we pay Neola to keep our policies up to date with current laws or things such as that related to issues potentially around us. So
Totally agree.
is that a fair statement, Mr. Hughes? Okay. Mr. Gobleski?
Before we vote again, I have no problems with the majority of changes. I will not subscribe to the dilution of the gender terms his and her. No.
Mrs. Shaw,
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman,
Yes.
Mrs. Claybaugh,
Yes.
Mr. Keller,
No.
Mrs. Fondio.
No,
My vote is yes, that motion carries.
I move that the Board of Education, upon the recommendation of the superintendent, adopts new policy 5330.02 opioid antagonists as presented. Support.
Motion by Mrs. Shaw, support by Mrs. Claybaugh. Any discussion? Hearing none.
actually, I do have a question. So like, if we use that, do we get told in some kind of a, like, if we use that? What is it called?
The Narcan?
Yes, are we told about that or? The situation that we use it in? Yeah, like we're adopting this, right? So we're gonna have it in the schools, which is great. Right? So if the Narcan's used, will we as a board be told that it was used?
I don't have that answer. I guess I could defer to Mr. Hughes as far as that. I don't know, like, I don't think the policy would state whether or not we're using, like, for example, like I noticed we have the new blood. Of those kids to stop massive bleeding. I mean. I don't know if we'd be notified. I don't think that's supposed to be written within this one. I guess that could be for another discussion.
I think by practice, we are notified anytime 911 is called, and in the policy, it doesn't include the 911 needs to be called. Then that's who it needs to be transported.
Okay, good. And then we'll be.
Yeah, I mean, if 911 is called, we're always. I would hope if we're using that, so the ambulance is on the way. Mr. Gobleski?
Yes.
Mrs. Shaw?
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman?
Yes.
Mrs. Claybaugh?
Yes.
Mr. Keller?
Yes.
Mrs. Montiel?
Yes.
I myself will be yes, that motion carries.
I move that the Board of Education, upon the recommendation of the board president, adopts revised bylaw 0142.7 orientation as presented.
Motion by Mrs. Coleman, support by Mrs. Shaw. Discussion.
On this one, I'd like to request that there was a typo, at least on the version that I had. I was working from the paper copy from last month, but in the highlighted section, it was going to be added. I think we reworded it, so it'd be all board members must complete the background check referenced above and are required to take the Michigan Association of School Boards, blah, blah, blah.
Kirk goes to come says and is.
Yeah.
I agree, it should be read as and are required. And on that note, I do know that I myself went through and got the background check, and it's super easy, not that hard. I think a couple of the board members did too, so. I mean, not that anybody's to jump on all over that one right away, but. Any discussion?
Yeah, I guess, I left a copy for everyone, wanted to propose or move to add an item F to the orientation. School board ID badge that includes access to district buildings. And then there's also, I wanted to make some revisions to the proposed language that was in there, I guess from Neola. So replacing the Michigan Association of School Board Orientation Course CBA 101 with orientation training from a known organization that specializes in providing board members with educational material regarding board operations. So again, it's trying to emulate what's there, but not necessarily referring to MASB.
I am not in favor of removing the CBA 101, just like in curriculum, we have standard requirements. If board members want to take additional trainings or that's on you, but I think we need to leave the CBA 101. Your second point, call to the public, members of this board, every meeting we talk about school safety. Giving board members unrestricted access to our buildings goes directly against that. I've never been denied access as a board member to a building. I was at Lakes on Friday, I was at the high school today. I am not in support of unrestricted access for board members to buildings.
I have two things. I like how Michelle actually approached the MASB 101. The CBA 101. I believe you said you had taken that course and you took another course. But I just wonder if there's benefit to taking that course to understand. So there's a lot of times that I guess we call other school boards, or I do. I know some of you on this board, we reach out all the time. And I think understanding what Michigan puts forward may help us to better understand where we need to fill a gap. You know, I think that there's, whether we agree with it or not, that's something that's pushed to every, in theory, pushed, and those emails are pushed to every school board member in every district in the state of Michigan. And so I guess from a comparative standpoint, it's helpful for me to understand that structure versus another structure that I might self-select to also take. So I really like the way that Michelle took both courses, because I think it's probably given you a different viewpoint. And it would allow us to, in my opinion, be more intentional around some of those discussions with other board members. And I guess more intentional about what gaps we're trying to fill and where we may need policy change and or advocacy long-term. It's no secret that I'm very passionate about a lot of that. And so I like the idea of doing both. And really allowing us to, I think it gives us it allows us to be kind of unbiased in our views on which one to utilize for our structure personally as a personal school board member, not as a collective. For item F, Greg and I did have I spoke with him on this. I do not support that. I think I should have to ring the doorbell just like anyone else. I've never been denied access to a building, and there has been a couple buildings that I've shown up at just because of schedules randomly, but I have no problem continuing to do that. And I did speak with a number of other districts as well. And understanding what their practices is, understanding Brighton has a different practice, but I think it might be causing some behind the scenes issues that they're having to deal with.
Splendid. Any comments?
I mean, I support expanding the learning process, because I think building critical thinking skills is lacking in today's world. So that's why I do support more than just Michigan Association of School Boards training. I encourage it because I strongly feel that, you know, looking at it from different angles will help us be successful. I I did think it was, if we're as a board responsible for the safety in schools, like we are 100% responsible. Like if anything happens, they come to the board, it's on us. And I do appreciate, making an appointment, going and seeing. But there is something to be said that, just going in and looking around and being able to understand what's going on in the schools, right? And I think that's lacking. So I do support the ability to have a badge. Now how we use it, nobody would run in and, go and do anything, but if there's things that, we're catching wind of that, could potentially, scheduling a meeting could potentially get it cleaned up before we got in there, we wouldn't know the reality of it, right? So that's why I'm in favor of it, but.
And I too am for the school board ID badge. This is just one of a long line, a long list of things that this board does not have access to. And what we are probably the most restricted board in Livingston County. There's things like no viewing of videos. I wasn't allowed to use a projector to give a presentation. We're not allowed to talk to the law firm. And now we're dealing with school entry. And I don't know why the school board would be denied entry at will. I don't understand that.
Well, Mr. Gillespie, I think Mrs. Gleabeck made a point, and personally, as myself as well. If we wanted to go into a building, we would enter just like everyone else. We'd go to the door, you would show your license, you would enter the office, you would speak to the principal, and I do not see a need for us to have a badge that allows access to all buildings. I can't imagine our teachers. If you're at one building, you have access to all the other ones. I don't see why we would need that. I personally, I don't. And I didn't mean to interject if you have another point, but I don't see a need for it at all. I think it's out of professional courtesy that we would visit that office or that school. And for that, quite frankly, that matter, call that principal and let them know, hey, love to come up and check out what's going on over at Farms or see what's going on at the high school. So I don't see the need for that badge. So
I guess I want to point out something that maybe is a detail, but I'm okay with a badge, like, so that if anyone were to ring the doorbell, go into the office, they would,
a badge, I meant in all access.
Sure.
Yes, I don't
need the access component, sorry.
correct, yeah, it's not. Same thing, a badge is fine. I believe we all do that. Do we not all have badges that say Board of Education? Mr. Hughes, do they not have badges yet?
No, I have them.
Okay.
I didn't know what to do because I had Scott make them a while ago and then this topic came up and I just had the generic ones made, so.
Yes. Yes, so I don't have a problem with a badge saying Board of Education, but I 100% don't believe that badge needs to be able to open a door. And real quick, Mr. Gillespie, I didn't mean to cut you off. Regarding the 101, I think it is important. I think it's important that all board members take it, and then from that, your perspective, if it's changed, great. If it hasn't, and it has enlightened you, perhaps some things that you weren't happy about, I think that's you're more educated than to go out and seek your own opinion on things. But I think it's a good open the door kind of intro to what the MASB believes the school board would look like, and from that matter, you can form your own opinion. I think, like Mrs. Blondie, you said you watched it and it wasn't really enthralling to you, so then you seek something else out. So I think that's important that it stays.
I think I said it wasn't empowering.
Yeah, okay.
It's not empowering.
No.
Right.
Well, if others are finding courses that they find useful on top to like send them, because then I think. I'm all about broadening our understanding of the educational system and understanding how to impact change in educational systems. And so please, if you find something, send it on so that maybe others would be interested as well.
My concern is the Michigan Association of School Boards, which belongs to a parent organization, National Association of School Boards, and I feel that there are some politics involved with that higher level organization. And the other thing too, as Michelle said, if it's not empowering, I have some concerns about that, but if we want to make it a requirement, then any other class that a school board member may want to take should be reimbursed, and we could do it that way.
I personally am not opposed to that. I think that's great. I think an opportunity to see what MASB has to say about a board member's role, and then beyond that, like Mrs. Coleman said, Mrs. Claybach said, I think getting different perspectives is important.
Yeah.
So I think that's great.
I think that's a fair compromise.
And I don't know if we have to add that in there, because I can assure you, I personally, if one of you went and took some other class, you just let me know in advance, and I would, you let Rachel know that. Yeah, not Rachel, sorry, Renee. Okay.
So I guess one final thing is I just want to say, you know, I remember when my kids were younger, this wasn't that long ago. You know, I had as a parent more access to schools than I do as a school board member. That's my final thought.
So
Yeah, and I guess I just, you know, having a hard time understanding why, as a governing body of the school, we wouldn't be able to go into the school when we wanted to. I know there's concern that we're gonna be running into the classroom or whatever, you know, causing disruptions, but you know, I think we're all professionals. If that happened, I think there would be some, you know, immediate discussions and conversations around that. So I think we're trying to project a potential concern that hasn't happened. And I guess I struggle to understand how that's better for the kids if the school board is not involved more from a day-to-day basis with understanding how things are operating, building rapport with administrators and teachers. I guess I fail to understand how that's not a better mousetrap, but you know, I'm one of 7, so.
Well, to go along with that, as far as a school board ID badge, if that doesn't look attractive, I do think that we should be able to visit at any time. As long as we go through the normal protocol of swiping our driver's license whenever we want to, as opposed to scheduled visits.
I guess to address that concern, the people that work in our buildings and who run our buildings are professionals. And just as you wouldn't necessarily want your boss's boss or your boss's boss's boss to come in unannounced, unscheduled, disrupt the education process, it's, to me, it's disrespectful. I think it's rude, and I think you can go through the same process that everybody else does. I don't think that just because we're on the board, we're above the law, or we're above following just standard protocol. It's not necessary. I think, yes, we should all have a badge, absolutely. And we can all go to the schools and we can give everybody a heads up and say, hey, I'm coming over. And people will let us in and you'll be able to do your visit.
And what if you're told, no, it's not a good time?
If you give notice, they're gonna, again, you're your boss, you are their boss's boss. So they're going to accommodate you, but to show up unannounced is, I feel is rude, and it's disrespectful to the people who run our buildings.
Well, I've never had a job where I could tell my boss or my boss's boss, don't watch over me, don't look at what I'm doing at any given time.
I do think that we could point focus right on, if the superintendent can go in at his or her leisure, why does that make it any different for the board? I mean, we're just as much professionals as the teachers are.
I think the focus needs to go back on the agenda item that we have here at hand as far as ID badges allowing access to all buildings. But that was what you wanted to add to it. So I think we've had a lot of good discussion around this, so I think at this point we should be voting, unless there's more discussion around any of these other items that you suggest, Mr. Keller. No,
So are we voting to amend this, or what are we voting on?
I believe we're voting on the original. The original one as presented.
Excuse me, but you have to vote on the motion to amend first.
Did you make a motion? Did someone second?
Yes, to add F, which I had shared with you, the school board ID badge.
So motion to add F.
You have to, technically, we need to vote on that, and if we accept it,
So motion by Mr. Keller to add item F, seconded by Mrs. Blondell to add. Did you want to just make a motion to add all of the items? You want to do one at a time. Motion to add item F. I believe we already had discussion, if it's fair to say. So motion to add item F. Mr. Gobleski. Item F will be the school board ID badge that includes access.
Yes.
Mrs. Shaw.
No.
Mrs. Coleman.
No.
Mrs. Blaylock.
Not as presented, no.
Mr. Keller.
yes.
Mrs. Blondell.
Yes,
I am a no, so motion item F is not passed. Mr. Keller, you wanted to make another motion?
I guess I'll defer to your, someone made it an amendment to add some supplemental
I think,
training, I think was the outcome of the original motion.
I think if we left it as is, it said all board members must complete the background check reference above and are required to take Michigan Associated School Board Orientation CBA 101 within 60 days of taking office. It doesn't say that you can't take more, and quite frankly, I think, I mean, like I said, I would encourage people to take more, so I don't know if we have to add that as a motion. I don't believe. I don't. Ms. Blaylock?
I'm just thinking. You know me, I'm thinking in the future, to solidify this off, this policy, and so I guess I move to add language and the last line that indicates. Other training resources will be supported.
Well, correct me, look at the bottom, it says the board shall encourage the attendance of each new board member at orientation and training meetings. So it implies training meetings at the bottom, so perhaps you don't have to add it. If it says training meetings, in my opinion, that would imply anything that you'd want to take to better yourself. So I think it's already there. Is that okay?
I think it is.
Okay.
You. I mean, yeah, sorry, I did not read that one.
So Mr. Keller, any other items that you wanted to recommend on this policy, or?
Nope, all set.
Okay. Okay. Hearing no more discussion, Mr. Gobleski.
Yes.
Mrs. Shaw,
So to clarify.
we're voting on the as presented with the modification of the word are instead of is.
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman.
Yes.
Mrs. Blaylock.
Yeah.
Mr. Keller.
Yes.
Mrs. Blondell.
yes.
I'm a yes.
And we'll follow up to make sure that they get their little badges. The Board of Education, upon the recommendation of the superintendent, adopts revised policy 7540.02 web accessibility, content, apps, and services as presented.
Motion by Mrs. Shaw, supported by Mrs. Coleman. Any discussion?
I guess my only question is, who has the daunting task of monitoring all of this? Because it's very, very inclusive. This guy. Oh, that poor man.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, sorry, question on page 3A. Trying to understand who the, who the recognized news outlets are and who defines that.
What item, Mr. Keller? Where is it within the policy?
3A. So page 3 of 4.
Recognize news media outlets, local website, and or Mr. Hughes, you want to speak to this?
Yeah, basically what we normally use on our, we use a filter. The filter is catching keywords, same filter that other school districts might use, for years. We used, I think it was called Insight, if I'm not mistaken, but there are other terminologies or other programs that we use that again filter content that students don't go to certain media sites that would be unacceptable and have words in it that we might not like to have in there, like sex or this or that, right? So that's what we rely on. So it's not necessarily someone sitting there saying, you can look at this media or Fox or CNN or NBC or whatever. It's just having a filter.
Keyword based.
Keyword filter, yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Hearing no other discussion, Mr. Gillespie,
Yes.
Mrs. Shaw,
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman,
Yes.
Mrs. Blaylock,
Yeah.
Mr. Keller,
Yes.
Mrs. Montiel,
Yes.
I'm also a yes.
I move that the Board of Education, upon the recommendation of the superintendent, adopts revised policy 7540.03, student technology acceptable use and safety as presented.
Support.
Motion by Mrs. Shaw, Coleman, support by Mrs. Shaw. Any discussion?
Yes, sorry, question on page 2 of 3. The proposed wording now says it is no longer possible for educators and community members to review and screen materials to assess their appropriateness. Just trying to get more detail on why we would want that.
Why would our materials not be screened? For appropriateness.
Again, I didn't write the policy, Mr. Hughes, if you want to speak on behalf of what this would be, but personally, when I look at this, I think they're implying that the internet, if you open up Google, you're gonna have a hard time. I don't, but the way I'm reading it, again, the board members, please chime in. I think they simply stating it's impossible for an educator to stop a student from Googling something, but I don't believe this is in any way, shape, or form promoting that. I think there's got to be technology consequences of students doing that, unless I'm interpreting it wrong. I interpret it as it is impossible for the educators to stop a student from doing something on technology, but it doesn't mean that there won't be consequences. That's what my scope of this.
I think there's two ways you can take on that. In reading it, it's impossible for in an online learning environment, correct, to understand that they can click on something and it take them somewhere else. I think it might just require clarity in the policy that that's only related to and it says, it says when significant portions of students' education take place online or through the use of online educational services / apps. I don't know if we need to make that language stronger. I think what they're trying to understand is if we have a handout to a student, that indeed is being reviewed and
Right.
for appropriateness.
I agree, but does that fall under the acceptable use and safety of technology? Or do you believe it does? So we could go back, we could take this back and bring it back. That's fine, why don't we bring it back?
Yeah, and like, to me, I think it's important because, we had a situation that Mr. Minsker helped me with, that there was a website, that was at the bottom of an assignment. And if we say that they don't have to, or, nobody has to check if it's, something that would be appropriate or not, that website, I wouldn't deem it appropriate.
So the motion is not taken, so the question would be, I believe we have to vote on it. We postpone the motion. So we can make a motion to postpone, if somebody want to make that motion.
I motion we postpone.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Gillespie. second by Mrs. Clayback to postpone. That's revised policy 7540.03. So postpone. Next policy.
I move that the Board of Education, upon the recommendation of the superintendent, adopts revised policy 7540.04 staff technology, acceptable use and safety as presented.
Motion by Mrs. Shaw, support by Mrs. Coleman. Hearing no discussion.
Sorry, I was on mute there. So questions I have on this one, and maybe it requires us to table this one as well, but page 305, the social media use. Obviously, that's a hot topic, but it looks a little subjective, and I was trying to understand if there are any guardrails on, there's a mention of inflammatory comments. So I'm trying to understand, how is that arbitrated? I mean, that's kind of very subjective. And then below that, there's references to AI, which I guess try to understand what we're doing as a district in the AI field. I'm certain with like writing analysis or student accessibility things, it's maybe where we need some of that, but I'm not sure I'm comfortable with the language as it's presented.
Can I ask another question?
Sure.
When we are talking about some of these policies and the employer or the employee, excuse me. How are we rolling? So say we make a change to a policy that indicates a strict rule on social media. I'm just giving an example here. How are we rolling that out so people in the district know that, or are they expected to find this from everyone?
Mr. Hughes, can you speak?
Yeah, we talk about policy changes as that, but we also update our handbooks, our professional handbook, as well as our non-certified handbooks. So we capture that, Mr. Van Epps and I make sure that we capture that, so they see that. You know, there's always this idea, and I think it's a good conversation around what inflammatory comments means, you know, because if you go back to First Amendment rights of our staff, you know, when they're not on the clock, they have a right, they have every right that anybody else has to do what they do out there in the social media world. And so you would have to be very cognizant of what inflammatory means. And normally in public education, what it means is if someone takes exception to something that may be inflammatory, then we investigate, we talk, we figure it out, we try to figure out context around it, and we make some decisions. It's difficult to create a list of what inflammatory means, right? Like, it could be inflammatory, could be a lot of things for a lot of people. So I think this policy is just trying to say, hey, be cautious out there in the social media world, because you never know what people are going to be upset about.
I personally, I like, because the old language, which is on the next page 4 or 5, which has been scratched out. It obviously reminds our staff of their use of social media and potential consequences, where the new language. Again, you can only spell out so many times to make it in simplest terms. Be mindful of what you're doing on social media. I personally think it's substantially better than what it was, and I think it looks good. I think it just reminds our employees of what they're doing. I guess
The problem with the whole sentence with the board, while the board respects its employees' First Amendment rights, those rights do not include permission to post inflammatory comments that could compromise the district's mission, undermine staff relationships, or cause substantial disruption to the school environment. You know, inflammatory could mean bringing up Christianity to some. That's inflammatory. Inflammatory could be the non-acceptance of alternate pronouns. That could be inflammatory. this is a really, really broad brush that smacks in the face of the First Amendment. I really think that word inflammatory could be more defined, and I'm not talking about definitive examples. I'm talking about things like, you know, threats or you know.
Did you look at the prior one, Glenn, though? Do you think this new version is better than the one that's been left out?
No.
I mean, I understand your point. I mean, what, like, where does inflammatory start and stop? But I
Well, does that mean that if somebody says, I'm offended, so what? You're offended.
Again,
What does that mean?
I would think just based on what this is currently reading, that is, it reminds our employees that when they post things to be aware that if they are in any way, shape, or form compromising the district, and then it goes on to say here, and again, this could be like 7 pages if we listed everything that we don't want them to post on social media. So I personally think it's just a good update to remind our staff to be aware of what you're doing on social media.
Tell you what, I would like to kind of take a crack at maybe offering an alternative. Could we, I motion that we table this?
Do you want to postpone?
Yes.
Motion to postpone. Motion to postpone by Mr. Gogolewski. Or seconded by Mr. Keller. Vote on motion to postpone policy 7540.04. Mr. Gogolewski.
Yes.
Mrs. Shaw.
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman.
Yes.
Mrs. Blaylock.
Yes.
Mr. Keller.
Yes.
Mrs. Bonteal.
Yes.
Myself, I will be a yes, so that policy 7540.04 has been postponed. Next policy.
I move that the Board of Education, upon the recommendation of the superintendent, adopts revised policy 8300, continuity of organizational operations plan as presented. Support.
Motion by Mrs. Coleman, support by Mrs. Blaylock. Any discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Gogolewski.
Yes.
Mrs. Shaw.
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman.
Yes.
Mrs. Blaylock.
Yeah.
Mr. Keller.
Yes.
Mrs. Blondale.
Yes.
I'm a yes, motion carries.
I move that the Board of Education, upon the recommendation of the superintendent, adopts revised policy 8305, information security as presented. Support.
Motion by Mrs. Shaw, support by Mrs. Blaylock. Discussion.
I have a suggestion. I believe that in the 2 instances where there's a pronoun change, that we could simply remove that phrase from the sentence. If an individual has any questions regarding whether this policy and or its related administrative guidelines apply or how they apply, the individual should contact the district's technology director. Blah, blah, blah.
Simply remove them in her.
Yeah, remove the pronoun references, so we don't have to swap it out with them. I think the sentence still carries the weight that it needs without having the additional words.
So that would be.
I think that's a fair compromise.
So the sixth one down. Just say the 6th one down, removing them, him and her completely.
Nice.
Oh, and then also in the very next sentence, the same sentence, moving on.
Right.
Yeah, see that. Okay, so with the revised suggestion. Mr. Gogolewski.
One more thing, what about a clause included to prevent the sale or random third-party use of information? I don't know if this really covers that.
Is that covered in a different policy?
Mr. Hughes, is it is sale of information covered in the policy?
I'm not, I don't have an answer to that question.
I know.
Or just the general use or distribution to a third party.
So after the second sentence, if you put something like, the district is prohibited from sharing with third parties who use this information for mining or selling purposes.
Mr. Hughes, do you know, is there an instance in which we do or we have, or we should be sharing with a third party?
Yes, there are instances where we have to work with third parties. There are instances that I would be cautious to accept a sentence in there that says you cannot do a third party, because there are times we need to. So I understand Mr. Keller and Mr. Gubleski's concern about selling of information. We don't sell information. I have a feeling that that's in another policy someplace, but I'd have to find it. So I don't know where that is, to be honest with you, but I'm pretty sure it's someplace. But we don't sell information, never have, never will. It's not what we do. We only provide third-party information when necessary, because we're working with the state. They need reports, things like that.
Yeah, I guess my concern wasn't us selling information, it was more so the third party that we interact with. Selling our information. It's not that we can't work with them, it's just ensuring that they don't sell information.
I think we need more information. I think, or just making a blanket statement, I think we need more information on exactly what that covers.
Yeah, and if we could get a list of like the individuals or the organizations that you said that we have to share them with. Can you provide us who that would be? And then like, if there was any kind of like a contract with that or rules of the road, which would, provide us with, the understanding that the information, what it's being used for is intended. Because we don't know what happens to the information after it leaves here, and it's not our information, right?
Would we be comfortable voting with this, with the changes to then bring it back to add something about like enforcing the third party to not in any way, shape, or form, I guess, distribute yourself?
Which is just define the policy that doesn't correlate.
It is. Maybe this is the like you want to put on your back policy people.
So if I'm understanding correctly, the recommendation would be to then come back and find the policy that best aligns with the sale and or use of information, because it might be actually a broader policy than this in particular, in which we want to put a clause in that limits the ability to sell particularly student data, staff data out from a third party standpoint to protect the guardrails, because I have a feeling that clause is likely going to be much larger than what we want to put in here.
I agree.
Yeah.
So maybe we engage legal. Because if we have if we do exchange information with a group, maybe we have our own rules of the road that we present and they have to sign, and then we control the data. But first I'd like to know who we exchange data with. I think I don't have enough information. I'd like more.
Right. I agree.
Because I think personally, I think you should adopt this, knowing that it's something in place, and then we're gonna go back and we're going to find where we need to insert this other clause. We might already have it, probably out there, but I just don't know where it's at.
Correct. That my question would be, we agreed to remove them, him, her, simply leave it as is in that one sentence. It's in there twice. And then my thought would be we can vote on that as it stands. And then if we wanted to come back at the next meeting, you can provide us more information about concerns.
I'm a little cautious and skeptic of that. I'm just wondering if we actually will come back to it. So I think we should maybe just table this one as well.
Are you making a motion, Mr. Gogoleski?
I am making a motion to postpone.
Is there a second?
I second. I agree. I don't have enough data.
Motion by Mr. Gogoleski to postpone, seconded by Mrs. Blantier. Motion to postpone, Mr. Gogoleski,
Yes.
Mrs. Shaw,
No.
Mrs. Coleman,
No.
Mrs. Blaylock,
Yes.
Mr. Keller,
Yes.
Mrs. Blantier.
Yes.
I personally would be fine moving forward, but in that case, obviously, since it's not passing, but my vote would still be no, so we will postpone. And we'll bring this back, so policy 8305 is postponed.
I move that the Board of Education, upon the recommendation of the superintendent, adopts revised policy 8315, information management as presented.
Motion by Mrs. Shaw, support by Mrs. Coleman. Discussion.
Yeah, so a couple questions again. Say section A, I think it is, says a parent, guardian, student. I'd like to replace the word another person representing the parent, guardian, or student to legal representative. I guess from a district liability standpoint, how do we know necessarily if another person is representing them? I think we need to have some tighter language on
Right.
who that would be. So that's one item. Page 2 of 3. There's talks about home and personal computers. I'm just curious why we would include that in our information management policy. And then the last one, I would like to add some language that talks about, and again, on page 2 of 3, that if the superintendent does initiate a litigation poll, I would just like to add a comment that would require he or she to notify the board, and which it does state, but within 1 business day. It's just to, again, put some timing on when the board would need to be notified, because right now it's not.
It says within reason.
Again, just trying to make it less subjective.
So the initial change, because it used to say when the boards has specific information or written notice from an individual parent or student on intent to file appeal the student's discipline to the state court. The new language says when the board has specific information or written notice from a parent, guardian, student, or another person representing the parent or guardian or student. You're not happy with the new language? I would.
No.
I would like to exclude another person representing the parent / guardian or student.
What if that student does not have, like, perhaps a parent or guardian, maybe has to be some other person representing them. I don't know beyond the scope of it, but what if we're talking about from a legal standpoint? I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm assuming that when Neola looked at this, they must have thought for some reason they should add that language to help us. So I personally think they must have done this for a reason. I think they're doing this to help cover the district. If the student has some concern brought to that level, that we're making sure that we're within our legal realm. So I personally, I'm gonna trust in the system. That's probably the right thing to say.
So I guess just as a follow-up, how would we as a district know this then? That this
Again,
person
Mr.
is
Hughes,
representing
I mean,
the parent.
I believe I'm sorry, Mr. Keller, go ahead.
Again, just asking, how do we know as a district then if they are truly representing the student or the parent or the guardian? What is the protocol for that?
There is some legal entity responsible for a student, whether they're a ward of the state or what have you. So because of that, I think we should include legal representative.
What about, I don't know how to classify an advocate, because I do know that they're part of a process. My second thought is, I believe, and I don't know if we have this year, but we have had some older high schoolers who might not have had that, and so they're actually representing themselves.
Because that's a policy and then says or another person. So if we start making a list, what if we don't put someone on the list that we're currently not thinking of here collectively, the seven of us?
I think what the prevention effort is, if I'm understanding it, is having some random person come up, you know, Joe Schmo, or Superintendent, or Johnny over here to say, you know, X, Y, or Z. I just don't know how we could then encompass, and Mr. Van Epps can probably correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that there's many others that are involved in some of our processes that technically students have the right to utilize.
Would you like Mr. Van Epps to answer your
Yes,
question?
please, Mr. Van Epps. Thank you so much.
So I first think about the student who qualifies as homeless under McKinney-Vento. But that student's covered because student lives. Right. But you have some circumstances where a child is abandoned, homeless, takes up shared residency with an aunt, uncle, grandparent, and they're not yet granted guardianship. But there is an interim situation. Just enough information is learned, and this happens annually, where a child will show up at a school and the secretary will call and say, what do I do with this information? So that could be a situation. Pertinent to safeguard a child.
I recommend that we leave it as is.
Are you saying, sorry, Mr. Van Epps, are you saying then this person would not fall under the description legal representative?
They're not legal yet. But they are, they could be a friend, they could be related, and they're showing proof of residency and ID and signing an affidavit.
If there's here no other discussion, I feel we should vote on the item as is, and then if we vote it down, it might be, it could come back. Mr. Gogolewski,
No.
Mrs. Shaw,
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman,
Yes.
Mrs. Blaylock.
Yeah.
Mr. Keller,
No.
Mrs. Blondale.
No.
My vote is yes, that motion carries.
I recommend that the Board of Education, upon the recommendation of the superintendent, adopts revised policy 9700.01, advertising and commercial activities as presented.
Motion by Mrs. Shaw, support by Mrs. Coleman. Discussion.
Question. This is my last one. So it looks like we're adding item M, which is advertising will not be permitted outside or inside of buses. Just curious what's driving that? I mean, is that a revenue stream we could be tapping into, assuming you know, the board approved the content?
Mr. Hughes, do you want to speak on behalf of that?
One, we've always shied away from advertising on our school buses, because I don't think you can advertise on the outside because there's some rules for what buses look like. We can't even, we have to follow the state guidelines for how we even label our buses, our consolidated schools. So one, you can't do it there. And two, we've just not done it inside the school buses because we don't feel it's necessary, and you're not gonna get a company that's gonna pay you much. Pepsi's not gonna come and pay you to put a sign in every bus, you know, so. There's no sense in advertising on buses when we have other venues to do so. That's why we made the decision.
Well, we're just exploring ways of revenue generation, and that's all. So,
Hearing no other discussion, Mr. Gogolewski,
yes.
Mrs. Shaw.
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman.
Yes.
Mrs. Blaylock.
Yes.
Mr. Keller,
Yes.
Mrs. Blondale.
Yes,
I myself am a yes. That motion carries.
We have a long ways to go on our agenda. Would you like to consider releasing our administrators and teachers because they have a very early morning? Yes.
I think that's wonderful. Mr. Hughes.
Yeah, they can go bye-bye, but Kate's staying because we have closed session, so. Guys, go home. Matt, the temperature is fine right now, so thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
All right.
Item 2F, FOIA appeal 4/19/2023.
I move that the Board of Education denies the FOIA appeal 4/19/2023 and affirms the FOIA coordinator's determination of denying the initial FOIA request submitted on 3/23/2023.
Motion by Mrs. Coleman,
I support.
support by Mrs. Blaylock. Discussion.
I did a significant, you guys know I don't ever come to the table without doing hours of research. I did a significant case review on the 2 cases that were mentioned and also on 2 additional cases, Garner versus Ohio Radcliffe and Wind versus Fred Freed, excuse me, in which there's some indications in which how Facebook pages are actually classified. That has led to decision making in which this happens to be a private Facebook page. And therefore, quite frankly, Trustee Shaw doesn't have to push anything over from a FOIA standpoint to the district. And so I need to print out those cases for anyone interested.
I know, Mrs. Shaw, you did, Mrs. Blaylock, you did take time to do quite a bit of substantial research, and I believe you also took advantage of speaking with the law firm directly here with Mr. Hughes. And I kind of echo the point of Mrs. Shaw's private Facebook would be something that the district, although the district is being FOIA, would not be able to support. I believe that was the larger scope of it. At least that was my take of it.
Yeah, I have a question. So if, for example, if Mrs. Shaw just decides to refuse to give over that information, what would happen? What?
I believe, oh, go on, Mrs. Coleman.
As I understand it, then the school district could be sued. If we vote against the appeal. In other words, if we commit to providing the information that we don't have and that we can't get, then that it sets up for liability.
Well,
I just have a question. So if we vote to uphold the FOIA, will Ms. Shaw agree to cooperate?
I think the problem is whether if she does, let's say she says she does and then she doesn't, I think the district is then in.
Well, since we have the luxury of her being on the board and we can ask her directly, I'm just curious.
I guess it would be up to her if she wanted to answer.
I will do whatever the board votes.
And hearing no other discussion.
Yeah, I do. I have a couple things to say. So, I personally ran on transparency and supported the Constitution of the United States of America. Freedom of speech is, First Amendment, and I wholeheartedly support freedom of speech. And we've sat up here many meetings and had parents come up and say that Ms. Shaw denied them freedom of speech. The website or the Facebook page, while it was personal, it still reflected Heartland Eagle, I guess. I'm going by, I'm not on social media, so I don't know. I'm going by what people have said. Did it have an eagle on it? Did it look like it was from a Heartland school website, Facebook page?
Sorry, I've seen Heartland Moms, it has an H, but it's not a trademarked thing. There's probably 7 different Facebook groups that are Heartland something or other that have the eagle, the name Heartland, or an H somewhere in there and on their pages as well. And they are all private. they're all, you know, you ask to join, you're accepted to join, you follow the rules, and you're in the group.
Okay, so my assertion is the fact that we have to sign an oath of office to the community, an oath to the Constitution. While we're born here and the Constitution should rule the land. You know, people aren't paying attention to it like they should, but we signed an actual oath when we took office, and that oath doesn't stop when you leave this seat, so. That's my view of it. I 100% support freedom of speech, and I feel like there was many times that we were told that Ms. Shaw stopped freedom of speech of parents in the community.
I would like to chime in. Voting on the denial of a FOIA request, well, whatever the situation, whatever the circumstances, whatever, I have a definite problem with doing that. As Michelle had stated, running on transparency to deny somebody information, whatever the issue is with Mrs. Shaw, that is kind of secondary to the fact that we would be denying somebody access to information. That's what I have a problem with.
But I see your point. I wholeheartedly agree with denying people information is not appropriate, but the problem we're running into here with a recommendation based on what we've been given by the legal firm is this is not the district's Facebook page. This is the private Facebook page. I'm not on Facebook. My understanding is you have to ask to join, and like I don't know, it's like there's a secret handshake or whatever, but like this isn't the district's Facebook page. Like if this was Scott Usher running our Facebook page and we somehow deny a parent, I would hope we wouldn't even be at this point. But I think that's where we're running into. That's just personally my opinion.
I think what I heard is a lot of people concerned about lawsuit to the district, which obviously we're gonna be sensitive about, but you know, Ms. Shaw agreed to honor whatever the board decided, so I think that concern has been lifted.
Okay, with that said, Mr.
And
West.
well, yeah, I have one more comment. I'm getting a little annoyed by the answer that, oh, well, we could be subject to a lawsuit. We could be subject to a lawsuit every damn day here by parents for all sorts of situations. I'm tired of running from that defense that, oh, we might be sued. Yeah, you might be. And if you don't have enough confidence in our legal representation to fight that, which should be fairly easy to do, then maybe we need to take a look at other forms of legal representation.
Mr. Gobleski, your vote on the motion in the stands? Denying the initial FOIA?
No.
Mrs. Shaw? Yes. Mrs. Coleman?
Yes.
Mrs. Gladbach?
Yes.
Mr. Keller?
No.
Mrs. Blondell?
How can she vote?
Yeah.
Yes, her.
Yeah.
We didn't address, I know we're taking the vote right now, but I'm just asking the question, how is it that Mrs. Shaw gets a chance, she gets to vote on it? When it's,
Mrs.
she
Shaw
is
did
in
not.
a conflict of interest?
It is not, as this FOIA is against the district, this FOIA is not against Mrs. Shaw. I mean, if someone.
Okay, well, I'm gonna vote no. I ran on transparency and I'll protect transparency and the First Amendment rights of everyone.
My vote is yes. Motion carries 4-3. Item 2G, school officer. Let's see, oh,
I move that the Board of Education, upon the recommendation of the committee that was made to investigate the school resource program, that we allow Mr. Hughes and the team to move forward with the school resource officer program additions that include a mixed model between Livingston County Sheriffs and a third party as presented in front of you on proposal 2.
I second that.
Motion by Mrs. Blaylock, supported by Mrs. Blandino. I think there's been a lot of conversation around this, and Mrs. Blaylock, you probably wanted to speak to it, but I again applaud you, and I applaud the fact that our safety committee was able to have a candid conversation about the resource officer, and the one that was really interested in being here seems like an outstanding individual, and I think the fact that we can act on this now, we can get things moving going forward, so I think it's great.
Just for transparency to the public, in looking at the financial implications of this, you see a lot of the funds percentage is presented in our financial updates. And so in modeling this with what information we actually have today, so that student count information that we have today with what the most up-to-date accurate information is, this puts us at year 3, about 15%, as opposed to the 21% that you saw today. So still very, very strong, still very stable. I think that we just have to recognize that things change, and we will have to be flexible as things change. But that in the information that we have today, it does look sustainable. In addition, I think it's important to point out that the good news is that the governor, the House and Senate all have included some level of safety funding in their 2024 budget proposals. So we may be able to get some funding, at least for 2024, for this program as well. I want to point out that this, thank you to Michelle and Kristen who met with Sheriff Murphy on this, and to really take a look at what we could do, even as a bridge solution moving forward. I know there's a lot of folks that are really, myself included, really value the sheriff's actually participation in this, and just the structure that they offer and the mentorship that they can offer. And I'm very excited to, start to get this off the ground, because it's much more than just safety. While that's a huge, huge component, to me, it's also about building relationships and building mentorships with these students. And so I'm excited and looking forward to this. Both the third party and the Livingston County Sheriff do need a couple of months to operationalize for August. Hence why it's an action item today.
Can I ask, can I read the motion so we have it correct? You made the motion, who seconded it?
I did.
Michelle? All right, and the way I wrote it is upon the recommendation of Treasurer Blaylock, that the superintendent begin to move forward with a mixed SRO security combination for 23-24. Is that correct?
Is there a dollar amount tied to this recommendation?
Well, the recommendation would come back to you anyway. So what this has given us is authority to start putting that package together. Then we'll come to you guys with what it's gonna cost, right? So we'll interview, we've already interviewed one security system team. We've got the name of the other one that you talked to. We'll call them, we'll bring them in, we'll sit them down, compare apples to apples. Then we'll work with Sheriff Murphy on the 2 resource officers that are suggested. We'll get those dollars solidified, and we'll bring the plan back probably through the safety committee first, right, at our next meeting. And then, so we'll share that with you, and then we'll bring it to the board.
I think what we need to do is get them there. Review. And we have modeled it a little bit conservative. I mean, I get it, inflation is a thing, and so, sheriff might end up being 127 as opposed to 120. And that doesn't include a car, excuse me. That is something that will be parked out in front of our schools. And so just for transparency, and in case anyone was wondering, just because there's a sheriff vehicle next year outside of a school does not mean there's something going on. They're there to work. But we're approving them to move forward to develop the program, and then we'll contract back to us.
I guess the only thing I'd like to add is, I know there was various different proposals of RSOs and SSOs and third-party providers. My one request would be that we find a solution that includes one person dedicated to each location.
I think it's reasonable, Mr. Hughes can look, and his team can look into pricing. And bring that back to us.
I think another thing to point out, and Michelle can talk on this, and I don't know that we're gonna get deep into it, but there's some other methods that we can put into place in which some detection methods that are being used throughout the state that might complement this well, just from a shared campus standpoint. Geez, I can't even think of more. Sorry, guys, I've been absent before.
That'll be item 2G, Mr. Gogolewski.
Can you state the question?
Oh, the policy that's voting on here about the school resource officer.
Do I approve?
Yes.
Yes. Mhm.
Mrs. Shaw,
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman,
Yes.
Mrs. Blaylock,
Yes.
Mr. Keller,
Yes.
Mrs. Fonil.
Yes.
I am also a yes. That motion carries. Fantastic. Item 3A, 2023-24 Parents Student Handbook discussion. I know that we were provided some updates, Mr. Hughes, if you just want to speak on behalf of how these these revisions came about.
Excellent. Slide that over to Mr. Van Epps, who is in charge of our handbooks.
Hey, can I make a motion to suspend this until the next meeting? Because I know we used to have other things to cover, and this is gonna be lengthy, I feel.
I will,
And I know we're waiting for the closed session, so we still have closed session.
I just want to make sure, Mrs. Blondell, that if we wait, they have to get these handbooks out. I believe there's a time frame behind this, correct?
That's why the important accomplishment to get it read and then voted on at the next meeting. If we postpone the following meeting, that hinders the online process, getting everything uploaded and accessible to registration for the registry.
Say, as I look at it. This is just up for discussion, so right now,
In there.
we can look at it, and if there's concerns. By all means, we can bring them back at the next meeting.
And I would, right now, I'm prepared to kind of give any overview that you might need. What's nice, I think, is on your electronic device, you see some colors. You'll notice that I try to cater it to the fact that you don't look at this document every day. All right, minimal changes this year. By category. Highlight would be that, for example, in all the handbooks, because we've added a director who will now also function as one of our Title IX and anti-harassment compliance officer. There are 3 of us, and it was important to add that person's name and distinguish that it's Title IX and anti-harassment. They're not one and the same. Over at Farms, there was a total revamp of the dress code, aligning with the 7-8 building in a sense, with some of the verbiage there. Just kind of jumping around a little bit. Is there anything specific you spotted that you're concerned about or want to know more about?
I personally didn't see anything. Okay. So we can always next year. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, appreciate it.
Item 3B, high school weight room. That item is up for discussion. Mr. Hughes, if you could quickly speak to the fact that we're really upgrading our weight rooms, which is fantastic.
Yeah, we are upgrading our weight room. We've asked our users to give us a list of the equipment that they'd like to have in there. We have a set not to exceed $300,000 mark. So the floor, as Matt Blake wrote in his letter, the equipment, the floor upgrade, the painting, the cleaning, the new technology, all that not to exceed 300,000. So that's what we'll come back with.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes.
In desperate need.
It is, and I think there's so many athletes that are using that net in one way or another. It's great.
Mr. Keller said
needs to repair after looking at Brighton's.
Oh, yeah, you kidding me? Brighton's unbelievable. It's ridiculous. It's amazing. All right, moving on to discussion item 3C. Policy 0152, officer.
Maybe you're gonna read it, Chris, or I try to hand it out to everybody, so.
Yeah, I'm gonna take back through.
And it's policy 0152 officers, so I'm proposing that we would add verbiage that would read, members of the board that are seated in accordance with bylaw 0142.1 are eligible to be elected as officers. However, if there are more officer positions available than duly elected board members who serve as the result of appointment may be eligible for any remaining officer positions. So it would be the second paragraph in there, and then if you bottom paragraph, I think it's technically just a typo that we have, because I believe all of our officers are elected and not appointed, so it was just clarifying that.
I personally, as I look at this, I think I have some big concerns because the fact of the matter is we often have board members that for one reason or another don't finish out a term. And we have to appoint them. And for one reason or another, those may be the best suited for an officer role. Case in point, Mrs. Claylock, when she came on, she was appointed and she clearly, thank goodness, is someone that loves numbers. I think she fits the treasurer role perfect. And if we were to go with this verbiage, I think we'd be denying a board member who has every other right to vote and take place at a board to simply not be elected as an officer. It doesn't make sense to me. And can you just clarify why that? Why would we be looking for that change?
Again, just kind of based on members of the community, I think there's a different. I'll say a difference in having to go through an election cycle. Getting elected by the people versus folks that are appointed by a board. So I do think there is a distinction, just like we make a distinction for officers. I think that the same holds true for members of the board.
I obviously was appointed and was treasurer prior to being elected. And I hate to put it this way, but the workload is no different. And for any of you that know me know that I spend a lot of time doing research and coming prepared to this table. And I did not working any less appointed treasurer as I am elected treasurer.
Agreed, and we had talked about this on email that I feel that no matter how we get to the seat, we've earned the seat. We have the same responsibilities, the same power as one person on this board. And we should be afforded the same potential for responsibilities.
I definitely think, I mean, we brought it up for discussion, so we can come back and let's be for vote. Item 3D, rainbow stickers. This is.
I think we were going to kind of mold this together with Glenn's proposal. But I guess I'll start it off because it is a touchy situation, a touchy discussion to have. I know the board's split on it because people view it as we are protecting those that they feel are marginalized. Some of us on the board believe that every child has their own story. They can all be marginalized. I mean, there's children out there that have drug addict parents that are abused, that don't fit to the LGBTQIA+. I feel like they are creating a situation where from some accounts that students who want to be paid attention to will subscribe to, even if they don't really want to. And I feel that it is doing a disservice if we have the reason, respect, and responsibility, and we're only protecting those that some of us feel are marginalized, because I feel like more than the LGBTQIA+ are marginalized, and we need to protect all students the same. Everybody should have the same rights. I know that students went into the principal's office and asked what the stickers were for. They were told LGBTQIA+, so it was confirmed to those students. Well, those students don't identify with it, and there was 9 of them. And those students either wanted their own stickers that they created to be put up, which they were subsequently told no. So then they asked if the stickers can be taken down because they don't identify with it and they don't feel it represents them. But for some reason, those 9 students are being ignored. And all of the parents that also feel it's divisive are being ignored because we're saying, well, it helps LGBTQIA, but what about everyone else, right? I mean, this is no power trip when you have to say, if you're gonna have one thing up about one student, you're gonna have to have something up about another student. So why are we even entertaining this? And I understand that teachers are passionate about this and they want to be seen as a safe space. But if they're only safe for LGBTQIA+ students and not safe for the student that has, 2 drug addict parents or their own issues, aren't we alienating those other kids? I mean, the teachers are inadvertently, what I feel, alienate those other kids. I don't think the teachers are doing it to be mean. I don't think there's an agenda. I feel like it's just, we're not including all students. And I feel like under the blue and gold eagle, every student is taken care of, and every student should be treated equally. Every student should be protected at every cost. So that's my view on the stickers. I don't agree with them. I don't even think that we should revamp them. I think a blue and gold eagle, which when my boys were here, that put us all under the same safe umbrella. So if we're not making a statement, let's go back to the blue and gold eagle. I mean, even in the monthly circular, the eagle is now turned to all of these different colors. So they're not even represented in the circular about Heartland High. It's just the LGBTQIA+. I looked at the colors, that are on there, and it's we can say all day long, it's inclusive, but it's not, because we all know it's not. So let's just speak the truth and say, all students aren't represented. Let's take them down. Put up a blue and gold eagle that says safe space and represent every single student equally. Thank you.
I have been working with administration, students at the high school, parents in the district, teachers, on an alternative safe space sticker. I am also not in support of asking our teachers who feel that they want to keep the current one in their classroom. I am not in support of making them those. The alternative would be available to any teacher in the district that would like it, but I am not in support of demanding our teachers remove those if they feel that they need them, because for the simple reason that if you remove them, it does mean that we don't support all. And I don't have any problem saying it out loud and for it to be recorded. If those teachers feel that they need to have them, and I've heard many stories from those teachers and students, we are not looking out for all.
Well, I'd like to chime in, because if we need a sticker on a door to tell kids that we care and we're concerned and we want to hear about your problems, and we need a sticker for that, we're not doing a real good job of communicating that we are there for them, for all of them. And I will say this, when it comes to rainbow stickers, those stickers are not there for the kids. They're not there for LGBTQ kids. They're not there for any other kids. What they're there for is the adult that's saying, look at me. I'm virtue signaling. I care more than you. Look at me. We have no stickers, by the way, for kids who have been abused. We have no stickers for kids from alcoholic parents. We have no stickers for kids that have parents on drugs. We have no stickers for kids that have witnessed spousal abuse. None of that. And you know why? Because those are old, tired issues. You get no brownie points or no thumbs up on Facebook for saying, well, look at me, I've got a rainbow sticker. There's no ally badges or t-shirts that you get for those other problems. So I just feel that it's simple virtue signaling, and we are excluding kids by just making it for one particular section of students.
Look, I personally am gonna have a hard time starting to police stickers that teachers are gonna put up. And I understand and hear Mrs. Montiel and I hear Mr. Gogolewski. But if we're gonna go down the road of banning a rainbow sticker, where are we gonna go next? Like, what are we gonna do? Are we gonna start banning other stickers that teachers are gonna put up? I don't know where, if we start policing all of this, where does it stop? And Ms. Montiel, I had a nice conversation with you, and I appreciated hearing your feelings on students and the sticker and how they may or may not feel. But I know the alternative Mrs. Shaw is talking about, that she's discussing. Is it's an eagle. It still says stay space, I believe. Is that gonna be offensive? It says safe space.
If it's a blue and gold eagle.
Like I have a hard time. Because at what point, because I know currently it's a rainbow sticker. What if it becomes a rainbow in the classroom? And I mean, then where do we go? I understand, I hear what you're saying, but I think as a board, if we start creating policy, and I hope we're not creating policy, we're creating just conversation. I think we're gonna run into a lot of concerns, because at what point are we gonna go around and go, I think that's a version of rainbow. I think that's a version. I struggle with where we're going. I understand your concern. I just don't know how as a board we can go and do this.
Well, let me propose a solution here, because I passed out this copy of the flags and displays bylaw. And what I'm proposing is I'm not proposing changing anything on here. With maybe the exception of including the American flag as well as the Michigan flag and school flag. But I'm looking to add item I, which I would phrase that any media, including signs, posters, flags, other than defined in sections A and B, stickers, etc., depicting any social and or political causes unrelated to the daily curriculum shall not be allowed in schools and classrooms unless the media item or / items are for the sole purpose of classroom discussion as part of the curriculum for that day and subject. It gets real easy.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I just have two things. One, I think that it's awesome if the students can come together and solve some of these problems as peers. I think that bringing together student bodies that represent our district is really important, not in just this avenue, but in multiple avenues. The second thing that I believe, and I've had individual conversations with everyone, but we just need to be aware of it, is there are other districts surrounding us that have had issues that actually go a little deeper. And I know I had a discussion with Mr. Hughes, and it's at the forefront, but in some other districts, there was some QR codes utilized in which took you to a site that displayed inappropriate information. And if you or I were to go on the computer to it would show a much different site, unfortunately. And so I want to be very cognizant that doesn't, I know I wouldn't want my child, no matter if he was 13, 16, or 18, to necessarily have that. And so I want to be very cognizant of that. And I know other districts have struggled with that, because if teachers really thought I was, I'm supporting people, and looks like a very teen-friendly application, and then you start digging, and it's very inappropriate. And as soon as I learned about it, actually in a discussion with our state representative over the sex offender policy, I obviously called Chuck right away, but just want to point that out, that we just need to be cognizant of that in this discussion, please.
Well, I also want to include too that if someone comes up to a teacher and says, I have a problem, this, that, or the other, no matter what it is, we have a bylaw, a policy that states that that teacher is to provide them access or direct them to qualified individuals. So I'm kind of wondering what the intent is with the sticker overall. And what happens when a teacher decides, no, I don't want to have a sticker? Are they now unsafe?
I don't want to speak on behalf of all the staff, but because I'm quite honest, I'm sure I don't represent most of them. But my take on the sticker would be that is simply letting students know that people are in there and they're welcome to be who they are. And quite frankly, for that matter, I would hope all students would be welcome and safe in every classroom, feeling I'm comfortable who I'm with, or who I am as a person. You know, and I wish that were the world. But like I mentioned to Ms. Blondeel, I mean, let's be honest, there are some staff members that come in, they want the curriculum, and then they go home, and they're excellent teachers, but beyond that, that's what they are. But there are other teachers that want to go on above and beyond and form relationships and want kids to be comfortable with who they are. By no means should am I implying that a teacher should say, if a kid comes up and says something, should they start to counsel them? What I'm suggesting is this allows these kids to say, hey, I can be comfortable in this room because who I am. Now, if it escalates to, like Mr. Gogolewski said, somebody's saying something, I would hope our staff, I don't know, I would hope our staff has been told, you direct that individual to one of our counselors who are really trained to speak to students of that matter. Again, that's my take.
And that's what our bylaws state.
I want to recognize too that, I mean, I guess in just seeing it, I want to take I hope that we can take this, certified component out of it, because I would hope that if it was a serious enough issue per se, that we would be getting qualified individuals involved, but I think, and again, I will continue to say I have a lot of exposure to this just because of what I do in the community, is we have some kids who literally just want a peanut butter and jelly. They just need a meal. They just need someone to say, I didn't get any sleep last night because X, Y, or Z, and that impacts them, that impacts their ability to learn. And maybe I'm off today because I didn't get that sleep, or maybe I'm struggling with something else. And so I don't want to minimize what our teachers are doing, because I think they go above and beyond in most capacities. And so while I understand the point of getting students hooked up with qualified individuals, I don't want to minimize what they're doing in the classroom.
No, I understand that. I just, first of all, I would have a big problem with any teacher who would not allow a student to feel comfortable with themselves. At that point, why are you teaching? I don't understand. The other thing too, I just think back to paraphrase George Orwell, that all students have equal problems. Some problems are more equal than others, and that's what this represents to me. And I don't understand how, again, a simple sticker or an acknowledgement of a certain way of life or what have you, how that makes a student feel safe when they should be feeling safe all along, period. End of story. No matter what the problem, no matter what the situation, no matter what their home life is.
Well, I think unfortunately, in this day and age, I think we do get a portion of our society of our kids that are struggling, feeling safe. And I mean, I don't want to go and quote numbers about student suicide, certain aspects of students, but for the fact of the matter, if this is going to make a student feel safe, if we end up going with the logo of the yellow eagle, if we can do something for, if there are certain students that need this. But I don't want to go down the road of, like I said, policing stickers, and I know the pet flag policy, it's got stickers in there. And I believe Mrs. Blondeel, your discussion on it was rainbow stickers, so I don't know when we bring it back, are we just bringing back rainbow stickers for discussion?
Well, I mean, I wanted to discuss it because we need to figure this out. There was a lot of people that had a lot of opinions about this. Pardon?
I was gonna say, do you feel it falls under?
I do, I think, yeah, and that's what I was trying to say earlier, is yes, let's bring it back. I think that, it does fall under what Glenn's got written out here.
Okay, I agree.
And I want to have a little more discussion, because I think it's important. We have to look at the mental health of the students here and how we contribute to it. I know that, we would come in here during the COVID stuff and we would say, it's unhealthy for children don't need this. The reason why I'm bringing up COVID is because that was the start of a mental decline. I believe those were big hits to kids' mental states. So then we bring them back to school, and now we're kind of addressing the education part. But, after they were told to stand 6 feet apart, kindergartners, wear masks all day, contact trace, quarantined. Some were coerced into getting vaccinated because they were athletes who were getting tested daily. All of this was asinine. And we said it over and over and over. We knew it was going to be detrimental to the students. We knew that it wasn't right. There was no mandate in Livingston County. This district decided to do what they did. And we as parents tried to tell you that it wasn't right. Now proof is coming out that we were right, even though we were being slandered over and over that trust the science, do this, do that. Parents are coming again and talking about flags, and they're stating what the obvious is. So that's why I brought up COVID, because they're saying the same thing. It's detrimental to students, and we need to listen to them.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're still on point with flags and stickers.
Yeah.
If we bring back policy 8805 at the next meeting, would that be fine? Would that fall under discussion?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Item 4, I'm sorry, I'm assuming we don't have discussion. Very none. Item 4A, future meetings, June 12th. Right here in the boardroom, that would be at 6:30, June 26th. Right here at 6:30, informational items. Okay, item 5, closed session. So that's the motion.
We take it. Yes, I got that. Can we,
Yeah, I think someone motion, you can take a 5-minute walk to get there.
okay.
Motion by,
I motion that the Board of Education enters into a closed session to discuss pending litigation.
motion by Mrs. Coleman, support by Mrs. Laylock. All in favor? Oh, there we go, Mr. Gillespie. Yes, Mrs. Shaw, Mrs. Coleman, Mrs. Laylock.
Yes.
Mr. Keller.
Yes.
Mrs. Montiel,
Yes.
and I myself are voting to go to closed session.
You say that the video is gonna go off.
Okay.
The only thing we're gonna do after closed session is come back here and adjourn the meeting. We have to do that. So the video is gonna be turned off.
So at this point, our Zoom viewers at home, the public portion of the meeting is ended. So the video will be ended, the recording will stop, and when we do return, it will simply be a vote or adjournment. Thank you.